Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. Never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. Never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. Never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing well on the home front. My name is, of course, Connor, the guy who runs a billion channels that are moderately successful, and it is good to be with you for another beautiful day. Sen Patriarch says, just did the car shuffle scramble for our roof material, getting a new one on tomorrow. Now my insurance can go up. Woohoo! Now, Sen Patriarch, I will share with you that I had a car that got totaled. So basically, I went in for, I think, a fender bender. Somebody just like hit us, and so I knew the insurance would cover it. And then what ended up happening was they totaled out the vehicle for hail damage. I was like, all right, whatever. And so as a result, they paid off the loan effectively, and then we got a few extra $1,000 that we could use as a down payment for a new vehicle. And so we did that. And then our insurance, for whatever reason, it didn't go up. Like it went up a moderate fraction. It really was not bad at all. I was expecting if you have like a $15,000 claim, you would get totally owned. Didn't happen for me. I have no idea why. So I would just wait and see. And then if your individual carrier goes up a substantive degree, then I would shop it around. Christian Blair says, morning, another day of far right cringe. I really hope this stuff is good for the algo and viewership. Stuff gets depressing. Well, Christian Blair, I'm up for change. Obviously, you're an Oiler, so you have an outsized say. We've only been live for 30 seconds. I could change the title. The other things that I was thinking about doing was Sitch and Adam versus Ryan Mullally in Erudite. So what happened, if you guys remember, this might be a little bit older, but it could be more fun than it is anything else. So Ryan Mullally he used to vote Democrat up until, I think, 16. Then I forget what his whole story is with 16, 20, and 24. But I think he stopped voting for the Democrats, but he also didn't vote Republican. I forget what it was. Now he's kind of like a contrarian right, center right guy, in my opinion. But he is obsessed with something that I think is cool, which is like natural rights. A lot of people don't like him because he has an obsessive desire to pay homage and try to centralize his mission around natural rights. And so as a result, he oftentimes talks about how the left has abandoned those principles. And then he seems to make some excuses for the right wing. So a lot of people don't like that about him. However, he and Not So Erudite had what we can describe lovingly as a struggle session, where Erudite was like, hey, you're saying that you're obsessed with natural rights. Well, look at how Donald Trump and the MAGA movement is completely violating everything you care about. How could you possibly sweep for them in any way, shape, or form? And then Sitch and Adam apparently took an interest with the struggle session, and then they brought him on. So see, you guys always go like, no, not that. But then like we start watching that, and then you're like, fuck this guy, lol, fuck this guy, lol. So it's like it's hard for me when you guys are negative, when you're poo-poo on some content, but then you stick around and then you're engaged in chat. Like it's kind of hard to take your instincts for cringe. Like you understand that the vehicle, this content vehicle is so you can engage with cringe, but I can be your cringe psychic barrier. I can take the damage and make the commentary that you yourself probably would make. That way you can absorb the psychic damage. That's, yeah. Some Patriarch says, dang, that's kind of lit. We're definitely going to shop it around if it gets too expensive. Yeah, dude. I would recommend shopping it around every year or two anyways, because oftentimes what happens is a carrier will just go up on you by 10%, 20%, 10%, 20%, 10%, 20%. And then 3 or 4 years into it, you're paying double, but it only went up like 20% each year. So you didn't really notice. And then at that point, it's time to shop it around anyways. Christian Blair says, some content that might be worth it. Should people still trust media in 2025? Deal Book Summit. It got Ben Shapiro, Andrew Schultz arguing with NYT journalists. Yeah, that sounds all right. That sounds all right. I mean, Shoe on Head Attacks Hutch is old. I have a feeling that the title, would be good, but I don't know if it's content. I can definitely add that to the list for sure. I don't know if I'll switch it for today, but I'll add it to the list. Should people still trust media? Shapiro and Schultz. Should people trust media? Shapiro and Schultz. The other thing that I had was Pisco versus Viva Frey. Viva Frey is the long-haired pretty boy lawyer who sweeps for, he's contrarian right for sure. And they were talking about like sedition, and apparently, at least in the clips in the first couple of minutes, it looks like Pisco stomps him out pretty good. So that was, I don't know, I'd be interested in that. Evan says, what I like about Ryan is that he's a what I don't like about Ryan is that he's a dishonest F. DEI to him is scarier than the Trump admin. Also, I don't do that because I can't handle it. I'll just hang out now and dip when he's on screen. Okay. Christian Blair says, Valor, the content all around just hasn't been good. The drought is entirely on Destiny. All he got is Dan and Mooten. I hope you end up getting an Ally of the Year at least. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I was born in the psychic damage. I was molded by it. True. I was a man by the time that I engaged with good content. McDevin says, what happened to the Destiny meetup? We did it. We just didn't stream. What happened was the weekend of the 28th. So 28th, 29th, 30th. I drove down on Friday. I picked up my friend. We went to my mom's house because she's moving from South Florida to Texas. We got some furniture that she didn't want anymore / need anymore. Loaded it into the truck. We went out. We went bar hopping that night. First time I'd bar hopped probably in years. Then we went to, excuse me. Then the next day we went shooting with Steven, but I was still kind of hungover, so I was kind of sick, and I didn't eat anything until the midday, at which point I felt like garbage. And then Steven said that he had used his high quality cameras. He'd taken them with him on the road. So basically, it was probably like 3 p.m., 4 p.m., somewhere in there. We would have to spend another 90 minutes in the car getting down to Miami, maybe 2 hours. Then we would have needed to sit around for another 90 minutes while Steven sets up the camera. And let's be real, that would have been 2 hours. So then we're pushing 7, 8 p.m. Then we would have streamed for 2 hours. And then that would have pushed us between, depending on how long you thought each thing takes, between 9 and 11 p.m. And then I would have been driving home 4.5 hours. It was just too much. So we called it a day, and we just figured Steven's, I hope I'm not doxing him. Steven's birthday is in December. So we just figured that we would celebrate later in the month. So nothing too crazy. We just got a little bit too busy, so we weren't able to shoot content. Jonah says, I was born in the psychic damage. Yes. Kay says, good morning. Glad to be back after missing y'all on Friday. Last week, all 3 of my kids got gastro, and they graciously shared it with me on Thursday night. Ooh, Kay, there's a disgusting parasitic disease going around in the schools right now. And it hasn't made it into the Points family yet, but we're taking medical precautions. I'll put it that way. So Short Stack Goblin says, no, Connor, the damage is area effect. We still get it. Only difference is occasionally you do some extra stabs with your intermittent autism. Wait, so you're saying I'm not a psychic damage buffer. I'm actually like a psychic damage enhancer. That's pretty great. Man, yeah, no, I guess I really don't deserve viewership. If I don't blunt the psychic damage for you, I make it worse. Unork says, I could go for some Pisco ponage, down for anything else myself, though. Gotcha. Zenith says the Never Trump guy intro gets better every time I see it. Yeah, I was thinking about like, oh, we've been doing it a while. Trump's only going to be in power for another couple of years. I need to think about changing the intro. And then I just keep watching the intro, and I enjoy it every time. It's a good way to get hyped for the day. Christian Blair says time travel powers to go back in time and solo, or better yet, Destiny's blank off to prevent further shenanigans. YouTube really like to delete comments. Got to be clever and stuff. You know what? Yeah, because like thinking about time traveling, right? Like, would you go back and strangle baby Hitler? Would I go back and prevent Steven from experiencing childhood trauma? Probably not, right? Probably not, because if we did that, then we wouldn't get the content. So realistically, I think we would need to travel back to 22, summer of 22, and then we would just need to like lock Steven in a chastity cage in like November of 2021. We would lock Steven in a chastity cage, and then boom, there you go. All the problems are solved. Taiwijido says, did you see Misfit Patriots video analysis of Crowder Fuentes? He thinks that Crowder's 4D chest dismantled him via the Socratic method. No, but we could take a look at it. Misfit Patriot, I've had a conversation with him. No offense to that guy, but he's like 90 IQ for sure. 90 might be generous. Short Stack Goblin says, all we desire from you is psychic retaliation, not protection. All right, fair enough, fair enough. You're too old to bar hop, methinks. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. And that night proved it as well. Goblin Studio says, good morning. Good morning to you. That's Brutal K. Hope you're feeling better. Yep, there's a terrible, terrible, terrible gastrointestinal parasite making its way through the schools right now. Zena says, I had Chinese food last night. I can convert the rice into fried rice. I complained to Destiny about Star Wars on Saturday. Why? So Dank Brandon, just to share, I am doing Counterpoint Star Wars, which is effectively like a breakdown. It's the same breakdown formula as my 40K stuff, and it's picking up a little bit of momentum. I'm starting to see some so normally when you first start YouTube, just to share in case you create content yourself, what happens, especially when you're super small, is you post, you get a little bit of a pop off from the post, and then it either climbs or it doesn't climb. That's kind of how it works. Well, what happens once you build up a library, though, is you see cross video pollination. So once you have like 20, 30 videos, if you have one video that tanks and then you have one video that pops off, then what you should see in a healthy YouTube channel, in my opinion, is you should see the video pop off, but then you should start to see a few views get added to pretty much all of your videos, including the ones that tanked. And so what ends up happening is over time, it builds up and builds up and builds up and builds up until even your tank videos still get okay viewership. And so that's kind of like if you're building a healthy channel. So with Star Wars, I'm happy to say that that's kind of happening where I'm posting videos. And of course, it's only a few hundred views. It's a really new channel, this, that, the other, excuses. But I'm happy to see that I'm posting new stuff. I'm getting the initial pop off. It either goes off or it tanks for my size. And then I'm starting to see half a dozen to a dozen views get added to all the other videos, which is indications to me that I need to keep going with that channel. So why are you complaining about Star Wars? Because I'm having an excellent time with Star Wars. I'm cutting out the cringe and I'm breaking down the based. Blade says, will you debate Hawes, Infrared Hawes, and do you know who he is? Of course I know who he is. MAGA communist debate, he debated Andrew Wilson. Yeah, I know who he is, but he's kind of like a shit poster. He's like a character. I don't take Hawes seriously. Same thing with Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle, I think, is botted. Either Jackson Hinkle is like a CIA psychological operation, or he's botted to hell by enemies of the United States. Jung Onarch says, morning, I had a dream about you gaining 90,000 subs over one night, and I was typing it in chat to say, let's go to 100K. Based, Young. Based. One on time and gay. True. Sun Patriarch says, the intro just gets me into a better mood right before the psychic damage drains my IQ. Well, Justin's here. Justin says, good morning. Well, now we can't skip the Nick Fuentes segment. Justin's here. Godspeed says, I'll be the childhood trauma. All right. Zena says, you do a fine job making Andrew Wilson content watchable by channeling our frustration. Good, good. That's what I'm trying to do. Deus Halcyon says, just feed him Vyvanse like 3 years earlier. Oh, there we go. There we go. Maybe not the chastity cage, maybe medication. Going back in time to groom Destiny into liking non-toxic women is wild. Laugh my ass off, says Jonah. Well, you can't tell me, dude. Like 2022 was the peak. Okay. 2022 was Lav, Anne Avoir, Lauren Southern, Melina, Rose, Pixie, and I'm sure half a dozen others. So yeah, it's 2022 is the peak. Jen Wink says, my idea is way better, Connor, and more realistic. What, are you going to go strangle Destiny in the crib? What are you doing? I would trust Rob Nor over Misfit. Sure. Justin says, Misfit Patriot is sub 100 IQ. I mean, I agree with you. I don't know if we agree on why we agree, but we agree. Muser says, Connor, rank Destiny and Pisco as debaters. So I think Destiny is more rhetorically gifted. And what I mean by that is that he has more tools in his tool belt. I think that Pisco is more autistic and gets wrapped around the axle. However, I do think that Pisco is more tenacious in that he's like a dog with a bone. He's like a pit bull who locks his jaws. Once he has a line of attack, he doesn't let it go until it's done. Which, you know, as somebody who's debating him or talking to him, that can be frustrating as an interlocutor. But I think that's like, it can be satisfying for the audience that's cheering him on because they feel like there's blood in the water and he's not letting his prey escape. So I still think Destiny is, from diversity of tools and entertainment perspective, I think that Destiny is a better debater. I think that Pisco is quite skilled, though. Quite skilled. Excuse me. Send Patriarch says, Misfit Patriot looks like he's about to cry every time I see him talk, lol. Well, apparently his brother was a fentanyl dealer who died of an overdose, and he used his brother's fentanyl death as an excuse to drone Venezuelan boats. So if I was a middle-aged conservative who was using my brother's fentanyl death in order to justify drone striking civilians in Venezuela, but then it turned out that my brother was a fentanyl dealer, then I would be looking like I was about to cry too all the time. Zenus says, Destiny might develop a kink for the cage. I'm good with the ADHD meds. I am. Saint Patriarch says, Counterpoint Star Wars is pretty great. Go watch it, nerds. True. True. Deus Halcyon says, am I the only men or not a mod at this point? I just see a blue wave. Well, I mean, I can fix that, Deus Halcyon, if you'd like. Let me go to, we're on Valor today, right? Let me go to Valor. Let me switch this up. I'm sorry for yawning into earballs. It's been a heck of a week, heck of a weekend. It's been a crazy day. Also, I'm not going to lie, I do kind of resent the YouTube auto picture. It always gets me when I'm like yawning or my eyes are closed, or it always gets me when I look like trash when I'm waking up. And that's like the auto. Right now, the picture is me massaging my neck with hair out of place with my eyes closed. And it's like, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Auto pictures. All right, let me find where's Deus? He was complaining a minute ago. There we go. I got you, Deus. Add as mod, standard, save. I got you. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and roll up. I think I'm pretty close to current chat right now, but I'm going to roll you guys up here. I'm going to mute it. I'm going to pop out chat. I'm going to expand. I'm going to zoom in. Once again, I always zoom in one stick too close. Just one zoom too close. Pop out chat. Expand. Zoom. Really? Sorry, guys. I'm boomering. You're just going to have to deal with me booming. One, two, three. My baby don't mess around because she loves me so. And yes, I know for sure. What does she really want? She can't stand to see me all out the door. Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking two together, cause we don't know how. Yeah. Don't get that song in my head. Why? It's a great song. What's your problem? Michael Hassler says, what's your view on Oren McIntyre or Curtis Yarvin? Oren McIntyre is one of the most annoying dissident right-wing people to end up on my Twitter feed at almost all times. And then Curtis Yarvin, I've actually had a couple of conversations with. I think he's interesting, and he has autism, and his descriptions of what's wrong with society, I find interesting. His prescriptions suck, and he's got hella autism. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers when you're blowing stuff up. Amen. Thank you, Chaplain John, for the benediction. Why do you look like Made by Jim Bob? I don't know. Why do I? Sen Patriarch says, that's what happened to my Starfield content. It still gets views, even if I haven't posted content in like a year. Based. Blade says, the reason I asked you that to say you think the extreme left and extreme right is destructive, and Haas is one of the major left proponents besides Hassan and Bosch. You think, Blade? You think? How big is he now? Hasn't he been banned off of YouTube? What's his viewership? Is he on Rumble or something? What's he on? You going to talk about Darth Bane on your Star Wars channel? Great books. I don't really do books as much. I have talked about Bane in passing, effectively that, you know, he was the guy who thought that the dark side was not fire, but venom. And the more concentrated it is, the better. And that's kind of where the rule of two of the Sith came up. I've talked about him in that context. I haven't really talked about him in any other context, though. The Roid Rage gimmick has gone now, but I guess you think he's faking it, then fair enough. He started his own political party. It depends on his viewership, Blade. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big guy, so I'm not trying to like big bro him or whatever. But if he was still getting like a few thousand live viewers, and if he was getting hundreds of thousands of post-recorded views, then I would view him as a character worth reacting to. If, however, he was, I don't know, less than 500 live viewers and a few thousand views, then I would view that as falling off compared to his market potential. Christian Blair says, I loved all your recent Predators reactions. A lot of the fans hate it, but I loved AVP 1, hated AVP Requiem, but the reacts are probably worth it. I hated the Predator, lol. I'll probably go back. Excuse me. Christian Blairis. I actually do like AVP 1 to a degree. I do not like the narrative that every great human civilizational achievement, including the pyramids and the Mayan ziggurats and all that kind of stuff, is Predator Yautja technology that they shared with us. Because I think that's stupid. I think it diminishes what human beings are. And so, you know, saying like, oh, these extra galactic, extra planetary aliens came and showed us how to stack rocks on top of each other. I think that's super cringe. However, what I do think is cool is the concept of the Yautja using us as cows in order to spawn xenomorphs that they hunt in order to climb up their social hierarchy. I think that's interesting. And then I do like the fact that it happens in Antarctica, because I like it when current day sci-fi has a level of suspension of disbelief or plausible deniability where you could believe that it actually did happen in our world. Like, it's possible that it happened and we just wouldn't know about it. Weirdly enough, there's that vampire movie. Is it called 40 Days, 40 Nights? Is it called? That's Josh Hartnett too. I think that's about sex though. 30 Days of Night or something like that. There's some vampire movie with Josh Hartnett where the vampires attack an Alaskan town that only has a population of like a few hundred, where half the population disappears during the winter. And it's actually plausible, because if you heard some story of like, oh, this Alaskan town got wiped out by vampires, you'd be like, really? There's only like 10 or 20 people in the town. It's obviously a natural disaster. And then you would write it off. I like little stories like that. Pisco, do you condemn? Yes or no? Exactly. He only has so many tools in his toolbox. Christian Blair says, did Hutch respond to Shoe on Head for what it's worth? I think he did, but I didn't want to react to his response. Subry Keller says, I'm still alive. I just need more fluids. True. Start pounding. Blade says, what do you think about the manosphere to alt-right pipeline? Myron, Andrew Tate, Nico, and others who use masculinity and feminism content to alt-right pipeline. That's initially how Fuentes came back. Yeah, I think they're all dirtbags. I think they're profiteering off of the suffering of their audience. Whereas I profiteer from your suffering, but hopefully it's some degree of voluntary. Sun Patriarch, how do you feel about describing the Andrew Wilson false framing as being called the dishonest contractor? I mean, that's funny. That's a funny name for it, but we have to go take his debate class to see how he's framing things. Jen Wink says, Pisco is amazeballs at legal arguments and at doing the annoying, frustrating, pedantic stuff like Andrew. He is not good at debating his opinions on things. Ethan Klein, for example. Sure. I agree that. Xena says, seeing Glenn Beck denounce conspiracism and remembering his Fox News whiteboard segments, the epitome of an arsonist wearing a firefighter helmet. Bruh. I quote tweeted almost exactly that. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, to be less abstract, when Rob North talks, I hate the world, please make sure he feels the same way. That's brutal. Brutal. Deus says, that wasn't my intention, but thanks, bruv. Ave Imperator. Well, Deus, I remember back in the good old days. In the good old days, at the beginning of the channel, you know who was donating? Jen Winkler, Christian Valeris, but Christian Valeris a little bit less because I don't think he had his promotion yet. Grassroots Hegemon and Deus Halcyon. Deus Halcyon is for sure one of the guys that kicked off the channel, so I appreciate it. Jesus Connor, drop the ER. This is a family show. You're booming. It happens. Oh, no. I'm not going to drop the N-word with an ER. Jesus. Oh, hey, Connor can carry a beat. I can carry a beat for a white guy. Xena says, it sucks that MAGA schism is over, whether or not the Jews are part of the ethno-state, because the Republican Party, it's all national conservative now. They're still fighting about it. That was a Sitch and Adam thing, was about the MAGA Civil War. So Blade says he's on Kick. It's more him via Jackson Hinkle and Jimmy Dore, and he started his own political party that does actual stuff in the real world, like events. He's more on Kick only, not YouTube. I guess fair enough. Fuentes and Wilson are more relevant right now. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the ancient aliens trope is in so much media. I hate it. I hate the one where they go to Mars, and there's this really interesting movie that starts out with a bang. And I forget what it's called. It might actually be called Mission to Mars or something, or it might just be called Mars. And so they have this movie where a tornado comes out of nowhere and rips apart a Martian colonial crew. And then it follows the mission that's being sent as a follow-up in order to try, because like a face appears in Mars. And then they it follows the crew as they're getting ready to go to Mars. They go to Mars. All of it is like a really like tense buildup for what's going to happen. And then the end of the movie, I have to say, is one of the worst endings to a movie I've ever seen. What ends up happening is the face is an alien temple. The aliens are actually nice. The tornado was an accident. It was just part of like the alien temple activating. And then the new crew gets like sucked in and shown like the secrets of the universe. But the secrets of the universe are just that like alien seeded life on Earth. And they're like, oh. And it's like, okay, but if aliens seeded life on Earth, that still doesn't answer the question of where life came from, you idiot. Like, the aliens were also on another planet, and then abiogenesis had to occur at some point. So soy pointing at aliens kicking off the human race doesn't answer the question of how did life start, you tool bags. God, I hated that movie. I hated that movie with every fiber of my being. I almost got to go to Antarctica for Ice Cube in 2023, but I'm a loser and lost the opportunity. I'm sorry. Hate him more than most Fox News pundits. I think Fuentes has already disavowed Tucker Carlson. He has. He said that Tucker Carlson is one of the fakest people that he's ever made. Or ever met, excuse me. Xena says, what I hate most about national conservatism is the insecurity it cultivates, like when people lose their mind over a guy with an Italian flag at his house. Bruh. True. Xena says, and I freely admit that liberals adopting anti-patriotism was bad. Yeah. Yep. Wait, I was wrong. It wasn't Red Planet. It was Mission to Mars. Red Planet was the Val Kilmer one. Well, maybe I'd like the Val Kilmer one better, but yeah, Mission to Mars was not my favorite. Whenever you soy point and you say aliens did it, that is not my favorite movie. That like, sorry, just a trope popped into my head and it flashbanged me real quick. If you're going to say aliens did it, then we got to kill the aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like the end of The Expanse was that there was this like hyper militarist faction in Mars that no longer thought that Mars was going to be the best way to carry their society forward. So they abandon Mars. They go through, they have like ring world gates that pop you out into a different planet. They pop out into the most lush planet that has the most amount of resources, but it also has the most amount of proto-molecule artifacts. And the end of The Expanse TV show is they're like, yeah, like we're going to go hunt down and kill the aliens. And I was like, it's like, that's tight. Blade says, are you familiar with Jay Dyer? He's basically the guy responsible for Andrew Wilson's relevance and why he's able to do well. Yeah, I saw him debate, I think, Erudite on the Whatever podcast, and I also felt that he was a debate pedant. No offense. Christian Blair says, Gary Sinise's character ends up traveling with the aliens because his wife previously died. I thought the last scene was cool with water filling up his capsule, and he realizes he can breathe underwater. Yeah. Yeah. Why am I spoiling The Expanse? Because it's been out for 5 years? It's been out for 5 years? Dude, you guys, Doobie the other day, Doobie came into chat and he's like, how dare you spoil a movie made in 2005? Yeah. Dude, Short Stack Goblin is pulling a Doobie. He's like, why are you spoiling 10-year-old media? Some of us had it on our watch later list. All right. Anyways, let's get into the content. I caught up with you guys. Oh, Grassroots. Thank you for kicking us off. Oh, cowards. I spoil movies as I walk out of the theater. True. Grassroots kicked us off today with 5 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you kindly. I appreciate it. And sorry, let me go ahead and pull up the content, get it cracking. You guys are goofy. You guys are silly. You're silly beans. You're silly beans. Let's go to Steve Crowder. Let's pull up his shenanigans. All right, all right. Let me. I'm just pulling it up to a reasonable start point, and then I'll do an intro. The camera is just not quite right. It's in the right spot almost. It's almost centered, but is it me? Like I feel like I'm just like a little bit. I'm a little bit not centered in the bookcase or the shot. That's a little bit too far. I'll work on the horizontal, or I'll work on the vertical or the horizontal in a minute. And by in a minute, I mean later. All right, cool. Let's do it. Let me bring you guys up here. Deus Halcyon, thank you for the gifted Valor Media Network membership. I parasocially love you, King. Thank you to Christian Blairs and Deus Halcyon for kicking us off today. Entire screen, this one with audio, share, add to stage, remove from stage. Let's do an intro. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I got a treat for you today. We're going to be checking out Mr. Nick the Knife Fuentes, talking with Steven Crowder about the recent right-wing fracture, and Steven Crowder allegedly challenging Mr. Fuentes on his beliefs. Now, unfortunately, the clip that's emanated from this is Steven Crowder doing a softball speed interview where he says, "Do you hate Jews?" And then Nick goes, "No, of course not." And then he's like, do you love the Holocaust? And then Nick's like, "No, of course not." And then that's how they decided to challenge. That's how they decided to challenge Nick Fuentes. So, of course, I'm going to say that Nick Fuentes, I think, is hiding his power level. He's a dissident right-wing Christian nationalist. And I also think Steven Crowder is a rube, where effectively what he's doing is he's playing into a sales funnel for Nick Fuentes' benefit. However, I do want to see the conversation. We'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
Jeremy Boring was never one of them. The contracts necessitated it, right? Where they would penalize their own creators. I believe it was 25.
And by the way, we are starting a little bit into the conversation so we can get past the autobiography. I think this is where Steven Crowder is defending Daily Wire a little bit from some of the criticism, even though he himself burned Daily Wire.
Percent for the first YouTube suspension, 15% more, another 50. If you read the contract, 15% for Facebook suspension. And so my issue wasn't the money. My issue was like, well, first off, this would be 110% penalties for me because I'm literally suspended from all these places right now. But this is de facto doing the bidding of big tech. And that's the reason for it. I didn't like being put in that position, but yeah, so I can understand it. I can understand why a young guy would feel betrayed or feel hung out to dry. And I think that might explain it quite a bit, even if we disagree with your views. Like I told Ben Shapiro, and 2016, 2017. I don't think we should be giving any money to Israel. Now, unlike you, I support them over Hamas morally, but I think we should stop funding all sides of the war in the Middle East. And hopefully you find that a reasonable position, whether you agree with it or not. I don't think that's extreme. And Ben didn't seem all too bothered by it. But I also invited him to be on the show, and he was going to, and he disappeared. But I just saw him on with Don Lemon, David Pakman. So I guess they're not so abhorrent.
Okay, Stephen. So I'll bite. The reason why Ben Shapiro doesn't care about whether or not the United States of America supports Israel is because he wants Israel to be more leash off. We give Israel around like 3 Hey guys, can you hear me now? Can you see me now? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Are we back? Was it the Jews? We're back. Okay, cool. All right. Anyways, I was in the middle of criticizing the military-industrial complex and the Jews. So, so all right. So, anyways, we give Israel 3. Well, I just added them back, so make sure that we see them. Of course. So, we give Israel $3.8 billion. They have to spend it on the military industrial complex. They give us the testing data in reference to the stuff that they end up using. And then not just that, we, of course, collaborate on high technological development. IBM has a microchip plant inside Israel. They're, the Jews are smart. What do you want to do? Do these Jews happen to have 4 legs? No, not this time. Not this time. My white deaf one is chilling back here. My brown one is over by my left knee. So I actually can't blame my dogs this time. But anyways, the donor class. So, yeah, if they ever make it TOS where you can't talk about the Jews anymore, we'll just start calling them the donor class. So, yeah. So, so anyways, the donor class helps us out with military industrial complex stuff, of course, because we've been over this. We actually memorized all the different ethnicities of the Jewish people. So there's Ashkenazi, which is the 70% of the population. Those are the European originated Jews in the state of Israel. There's the Sephardic, and I want to say the Sephardic are the people from Spain who were originally conquered by the Moors, but then I don't know if they remained in Spain or moved to North Africa along with the Muslims, but I think the Sephardic were like North African. Then there was, they were the Spanish ones. And then there was the Mizrahi. And I think the Mizrahi are the Middle Eastern and North African ones. And then there was another one that the Maghrebi. And so there's like 4 different ethnic groups within Israel. And so I'm just going to be real. Those people with their ethnicities, with their ties to other countries, with family members who are still in those countries, they can act as a spy network and a intel network in the Middle East and North Africa. So, yeah, so as a result, Israel and the United States collaborate on intel. They collaborate on politics, power politics in the Middle East and North Africa, which is important because of energy. And then also they collaborate in reference to military industrial technology. So anyways, enough about the Jews. So the whole point is that, in my opinion, Ben Shapiro is not saying let's disassociate from let's disassociate from Israel. The reason why Ben Shapiro isn't taking that as an insult is because he wants Israel to be more independent so they can do whatever they need to do in order to defend themselves without the United States exerting leverage. Not because Ben Shapiro grew a conscience and all of a sudden cares about the West Bank and Gaza. And then when it comes to, they were talking about something else. Steven Crowder was pissed off about his deal with Daily Wire. The reason why Ben Shapiro doesn't want to talk to you anymore is because instead of going, hey, this is what I don't like about this deal, don't like about this deal, don't like about this deal, like here's the 3 things that are bugging me about this, he just backstabbed them on the internet. So yeah, Ben Shapiro is going to go talk to liberals more than he's going to talk to, no offense, Steven, but a bisexual, closeted, domestic abusing bear. Anyways.
That's interesting. So he agreed to come on, but then he canceled?
Yeah, it was just sort of informal, by text, and then I just haven't heard back from him. He's been on the show many times, so I'll give you credit, Nick. Candace, Tucker, Ben, Mark, everyone invited on. You're the only one with the balls to show up. I have to give you kudos for that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, even though you didn't call me out, I saw the clip.
Well,
I was like, where's my
I knew you
call
would
out?
show up.
Yeah, Xena says, I think Blair White exposed that Steven Crowder straight up lies for his views. Apparently, according to Blair White, Steven Crowder behind the scenes was like, yeah, I'm actually chill with trans people and I'll use whatever pronouns, this, that, the other, but I gotta make a show of the pronouns and the gay stuff for conservative media, according to Blair White.
You're like the candy. You're like the candy man. I say your name 3 times in the camera. You'll show up. No, but we did reach out. I said we didn't want to because we didn't want it to be a conflict. We had already communicated, or my producer had, and I didn't want to call you out as though you were ducking. Those other people have been ducking.
Oh yeah, totally fine. No, and I'm here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And I think we agree on. Maybe this is going to sound like I'm kissing your ass a little bit, but I do always feel like you were less bad than all the other people in the conservative movement.
That's high praise.
All the other Ziocons.
Well, and I know that sounds lame, but I mean, during the Groyper War, I know that Groyper showed up to your events. And I remember thinking, like, Crowder's he's not even really bad on many of the issues, like Daily Wire, even like Turning Point was 6 years ago. They got a lot better in the intervening, maybe the past 3 years.
Yeah.
But I always think you have balls. So I think you're one of the more creditable people in the Con Inc. kind of scene.
Well, come on, don't put me in that scene. That's the thing. I'm not in that scene at all. I've been rejected by that scene, just maybe not quite like you, but quite a bit. I mean, I said the N-word on Piers Morgan. That counts for something. I will.
Okay, so far this feels like bros hanging out having a chit chat rather than, I don't know, actually challenging a dissident right-wing thinker on what his views are. So we'll see how this develops. But I do think that's funny that Steven Crowder is crowing about saying the N-word on Piers Morgan, and then Nick Fuentes is like, yeah, you know what? A conservative incorporated. That's what people. Yeah, that's what people called the corporatized, sanitized alternative media scene that wouldn't say what needed to be said during the election period and during the COVID period because they were too afraid to get demonetized. So they called Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire, anybody associated with Daily Wire, Brett Cooper. I don't know when she jumped into the scene, but they called all those people Conservative Inc., Conservative Incorporated, because while they had this veneer of being alternative media, they wouldn't do enough to actually get demonetized or banned by the liberal and progressive social media establishment that existed prior to Elon Musk buying Twitter.
Say this though, did you encourage the Groypers to go, or was that their own thing? That's just to clear the air.
I don't know. It's so long ago. You were not one of our major campaigns. We were really focused on Turning Point. So you might have been on the calendar. We threw together a calendar and said, these are all the speaking events in the fall. But we were really focused on Charlie Kirk more than anybody.
All right. Well, then could you give me word that you're not going to send them to like stand-up events going forward?
Well, I didn't send anybody to a stand-up thing.
Well, it was like an event, but I was just basically I was dressed like Che Guevara, like it was a Halloween. It wasn't the same kind of thing as Ben Shapiro. It might have been Brett Kavanaugh with a beer helmet. Like it's not the same kind of show.
Sure. Yeah. No, I won't send anybody your way. Right. I promise.
Because here's a funny before we get into it. Because the Groyper
Conservatism says Ben Shapiro is an arse, or Israel without America's backing wouldn't exist. He can LARP now with no attachments because that world will never exist. Too many Ted Cruzes. Conservative liberalism, you might be accurate historically, but you have to understand Israel started in arguably 48, but even before then, late 19th century was when Zionism really kicked off with migration to Israel. And then the 1921 through the Mandate of Palestine, I think 21 is when the British withdrew, I forget. But there was always tension between them and their neighbors. And then effectively up until 56, I want to say, the Israelis really stood on their own. The United States did not back the state of Israel super aggressively for the first decade or two because they were socialist. And they were socialist because of like the kibbutzim model and also a command economy. And it was actually up in the air whether or not Israel was going to lean more socialist or lean more capitalist. And what happened, I think, in the 60s and 70s is not only did Israel normalize relations with Lyndon Baines Johnson after the assassination of JFK, but they got nukes, dude. They got nukes in the early 60s, I want to say. JFK got assassinated. LBJ was a Zionist sympathizer. And then they normalized relations. And then ever since then they kind of like liberalized their market and started leaning westward. So your description that Israel wouldn't exist without the United States, that might be true in like 67, 73, all that kind of stuff. But I think nowadays their economy is big enough that they can fund their own military industrial complex. So not sure if I agree with that one, but we'll see.
Back then, people, they kind of had like rankings. Do you remember that? Like, do you remember this? Okay.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So
who could forget?
Okay. So you do remember. So I'm glad we're able to talk about this because, and by the way, we'll post all the videos and links, like references, in the description. So if we have a clip or some people can see the whole context. I believe it was at SMU, and I knew they were coming because I was posted on this calendar. And so again, the same way I infiltrated ANFA, I knew every single one of them. And I knew they had rankings. I don't remember, maybe it was like private admiral, something like that. But here's how I kind of also, it was a little bit of a mind trick. So you'll appreciate this. It was nothing super bad. I said, okay, everyone who agrees with me, you line up on this side of the auditorium. It was like 2,500 seats. Everyone who disagrees here, we're going to go 1 and 1. And I saw all the Groypers line up, and they were supposed to go in a sequence, like private to general. The last second before we go, oh, we have to change something in the venue. And we swapped the lines so that the wrong guy went first. And I remember in your groups back then, or not your groups, but whatever the group at a Facebook group, one of them said, did you see I asked a question last night? And they were like, you were a stuttering, disgraceful fool. You are not amongst us. And they booted him. They drummed him out of the corps, and then it was off the list. So,
I remember we had generals. We didn't have, maybe they did that on their own. We had generals, and it was sort of tongue in cheek. We were a little ironic about it, but no, but I remember the tricks you guys were pulling. That was pretty, that was pretty clever. I'll give you that. It was pretty clever. That was a good counteroffensive. You were
tricking and we were tricking. And the truth is, I just wanted to do some fun stuff. All right. So since we got through that, look, America first. I identify as a conservative, as a nationalist. I wear that since it became a pejorative. Like, I thought that was sort of a default thing for America. So you wouldn't hear me saying nationalist until people were like, nationalist means you're a supremacist. I'm like, well, okay, well then I'm a nationalist. Now I have to claim it because of course I want America to do best.
Okay, hold on. We're going to talk about that in a second. Josh CFC says, Connor, did you hear the Palantir CEO talking about the Nazis? Pretty wild stuff. No, I haven't. What I saw, which I hope is satire, but it might not be satire. I saw the Palantir CEO coked out of his mind at a conference, kind of like freaking out and yelling about like different abilities of different people and autism and stuff. And effectively, I don't know if it was a satirical post, but it was on Twitter this morning, and it was Palantir Tech was the @ So I don't know if it was satirical, but Palantir Tech said, oh, in light of our CEO's recent comments, we've decided to create like a neurodivergent scholarship. Apply for it here. And it was like the Palantir CEO arguably coked out of his mind, yelling about how neurodivergence is good. And I have no idea the context. Oh man, pretty classic. But okay, so with nationalism, I almost guarantee you, because Steven Crowder is a part of Conservative Inc., He's talking about civic nationalism, paperwork nationalism. I almost guarantee you he is. He just might be too stupid to realize that what he's saying is coming across as a dog whistle. So nationalism, as I've discussed with you guys before, is just replace nation with the word people. Okay, that's typically how I'm using it now, because when you're talking about a nation state, you're talking about a people and you're talking about the government. And by using those synonyms, you can kind of clarify it in your mind for what people are talking about. And so I arguably am an American nationalist. I think that the United States should have sovereign borders. We should be secure. We should prioritize our economy over the rest of the world. We should prioritize our security well-being over the rest of the world. However, I'm also like a collaborative nationalist, meaning that our allies don't have to suffer for us to do well. Rising tides raise all boats. And so starting from the nation outward, if we have a good economy, a good culture, if we have a good security apparatus, if we have secure borders, then it makes sense to bring Europe and Canada and the Commonwealth and Asian allies and African allies. It makes sense to bring them all up with us. And on top of that, American nationalism, because we're a multi-ethnic polity, we're a multi-ethnic society, it includes American Hispanics, it includes American Blacks, it includes American Asians, it includes American Muslims, as long as they sign on to the larger American project and the civic virtues on which our republic is founded. Now, with Steven Crowder, though, with him just saying like, oh yeah, I'm a nationalist, and as soon as it became a pejorative, I had to embrace it. What I think a white nationalist could arguably hear, or a Christian nationalist could arguably hear, is I'm going to advocate in your interest. However, I'm gonna pretend to be a paperwork nationalist. That way people don't attack me for being racist. And I'll just signal to you guys on the side. And that's because a lot of ethno-nationalists, a lot of like racialists, a lot of white nationalists, they think that the ethno is included in the word nationalist. They think that necessarily, if you say the word nationalist, you're subconsciously including ethno. So yeah, so it could be a dog whistle, it could be real. I would have to like get inside Crowder's brain and see how much he was playing his audience versus playing Nick's audience.
Since you, I know, are very clearly America first.
And yes, Justin, I have multiple screens. Quick shield before we continue. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Grassroots Touchamon, thank you for the 5 gifted. Deus Halcyon, thank you for the gifted.
Let me ask you, what do you love most about America?
Oh no. Is he going to be like, I love America's people. I love our heritage. I love our Western Christian culture. This could get interesting.
Well, I love that we're a superpower. I love that because I really do believe that, when you look at the history of Western civilization, I love the idea of an empire. I love the idea of the Roman Empire, the Spanish Empire, British Empire. And I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity, huge population, huge resources.
As somebody who believes in a free society, I would argue that our superpower status comes from our economic and personal liberties.
I like the power of America. That's something I've really been liking a lot lately.
Okay.
But dude, I've had this conversation with him. He wants to climb to the top of that power hierarchy and then impose his culture top down.
Of course, we don't want to take that for granted. Obviously, the power of America, like that switches in a nanosecond as far as history. Is there anything else that like stands out to you aside from the power? I mean, if not, we can move on to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I love political liberty. I like the Constitution. I like our culture. I like that we're like a pan-European empire. I like that, because when you compare us to Europe, you look at Europe and it's sort of petty and small, and they're squabbling and they're fighting, between these like little towns and villages. And I like that there's just like this sense of nationhood in America between European Christian people and other people too, of course. But for the most of our history, it was mostly the Europeans. But,
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things I like about America.
Yeah, that's where I would already disagree with you, because I was raised in Quebec, which is much more European. And I think
True.
Europe kind of sucks. I'm not a big...
Why?
Well, because there's far less freedom. I mean, in Quebec and a lot of these European nations, they had an enforced denominational form of Christianity, which...
Ooh, this is gonna... Weirdly enough, so you guys are saying like, oh yeah, Steven Crowder's playing. He's doing his dog whistles. I don't know if he's smart enough to dog whistle or if he's being earnest here, because this is going to rub Nick's audience hella wrong. Because you understand, like, especially with the post-liberals, man, like that our conversation with PF Young the other day, post-liberals, people who don't care about liberalism, they think that freedom is a false god. Freedom to do what? Why are you obsessive with freedom when freedom is the thing that enables degeneracy? So that's where, for me, you guys are saying, oh, he knows what he's doing. Well, I think Steven Crowder, to a degree, is kind of counter signaling Nick, where he's saying like, well, what I like about the United States is our freedom. I like the fact that we don't have a uni-denominational society. So that's definitely going to rub the Groypers wrong. Let's see how it goes.
Which didn't work out. That breeds atheism. I believe that Quebec is.
Ooh, Jung says, if a racial war were to break out between my race and the greater American populace, I would probably serve the Great Republic before I would serve my race. I'm an American, damn it. Well, that's how I feel. I would want to. I think the problem with the Civil War right now is it's between like ultra nationalists. It's between like national conservatives and maybe like far lefties or whatever. But the NatCons, a healthy chunk of them associate like whiteness with why they care about America. Whereas I would want to join a civic nationalist faction. I just feel like there might be plenty of people who are in their heart of hearts, they're civic nationalists, but they're incredibly quiet when it comes to national politics or federal politics.
Possibly the most unchurched population in the industrialized or Western world, even though Catholicism was a state-enforced, provincially enforced denomination. I think we're better than Europe. That's why we left. But I do understand that the founders, obviously, were largely white, Christian, European. I mean, Protestant, obviously. I know you and I, we'll quibble about that, but that is the basis here. It doesn't mean that Catholics aren't welcome. But let me ask you, what about the founding, like founding fathers? Is that?
Ooh, we're seeing a conflict between Christian nationalism and national conservatism on one side, and constitutional conservatism represented by Crowder, weirdly enough. This is kind of like a millennial Zoomer disconnect. I'm actually really interested to see where this goes. Blade says, I'm curious because I'm confused where you stand, because in your debate, you said you could be fine with blasphemy laws and degen laws elsewhere, but you seem more amicable with liberals. So hold on. I think freedom of speech and freedom of conscience are super important. And that the problem with blasphemy laws is that they constrict freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. However, you can still criticize the church without blaspheming. And as an example, I would view, let's say that the Catholic Church had the abuse scandal where they covered up for priests or whatever. Or let's say that you had the Catholic Church that was like, they started selling indulgences again. I think that within freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, you should be able to articulate your criticism of the church, which is, hey, the church had a bunch of sex abusers that were within their ranks. Instead of criminally prosecuting them and disrobing them, they instead just moved them to different parishes over and over again, which enabled further abuse. That should be a perfectly sane, sober, legal statement. Now, if I wanted to go to, I don't know, outside a Catholic church and harass parishioners on the public sidewalk, and I just wanted to scream pedophile at them, then maybe I would be okay with some limitations on, disruptive public behavior or some shit like that. Like Westboro Baptist Church is actually an example of disruptive public behavior that kind of pushes the limits of what I think free speech should be. But yeah, it's kind of like that, where if people were like abolished from like throwing blood in front of churches and I don't know, calling every Catholic priest a pedophile, would I care? No. Do I think it's better to err on the side of liberty, of freedom of conscience and freedom of speech though? Yes, absolutely. So, and by the way, I bring this up and I address your comment partially because this is going to be a generational difference between the millennials represented by Crowder and the Zoomers represented by Nick. Is I was raised to be an American patriot. I was raised to believe that the American founding was base: freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited government, prohibitions against cruel and unusual punishment. I was raised to think that these things were cool. And whereas Nick is so cynical and the world is so fucked up that he doesn't care about the American project at all. So once again, I'm really interested to see where this goes.
That's something, because I know you have opinions kind of on both sides of that, and I think they're more nuanced. But is that a big part of what you like?
I love the founding fathers. I think they're brilliant.
What?
And I love George Washington. I love Hamilton. I like John Adams.
Probably not Thomas Jefferson, though.
I think they're remarkable people. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Political liberty. Can you kind of explain, I guess, that a little bit? Because that's where I know you said you've said that you differ with conservatives, and I don't want to miscarry.
Somebody was saying that this is a softball. Somebody was saying that this is a softball where it's arguably worse than Tucker Carlson, but these are actually pointed questions that I like a lot more. I wish he had a follow-up there where he was like, okay, well, what do you like about them? Right? But that might get too in the weeds. So I'm okay with this as a follow-up as well.
Characterize you. I understand you've said that you're not quote unquote conservative. That's not you
Right.
identify as America first. So political liberty, what does that mean?
I would say I'm more reactionary than conservative. That's why I don't mean when I say I'm not conservative that I'm something else. And so, you know, as far as political liberty goes, I like that in our country, we have a generally permissive climate. I think, of course, that's gone too far in some ways. But I do like that we have a free press. I like that we have the right to own guns. I am a capitalist. I'm not an ideological free market person, but I like that we have private property. I like we can own what we earn. And on some level, I like that we have a republic. I'm very into the idea that we have Republican sovereignty. You know, that we have rights. They're protected by God. The Constitution respects that also. Okay. And I would say, because I could kind of see maybe, I don't know if you're comfortable with this, if I could go a little further here.
Sure.
Please do, Nick, because right now, I'm just gonna say it. It feels like Nick saying like, "Oh, I'm just like an ooh-woo cutesy conservative." Like I don't believe that for a second. So let's see how much further we go. Because if you just vaguely like Christianity, if you like individual rights, if you like the Constitution of the United States, if you like the founding fathers, then what? You just have an antipathy towards Jews and Israel, and that's what separates you from the rest of Christian conservatives in the country? Is that actually it? Just an antipathy towards Jewish allegiance to the state of Israel within the diaspora, however you guys pronounce it. That's seriously the difference between Nick and every other conservative in the United States. That doesn't feel sufficient to wage the kind of political war that he's waged over the past decade.
I mean, look, go wherever you want. And as long as you're comfortable with me disagreeing and understanding that it's meant to be fair, but I'll let you know where I do.
Yeah, because maybe I could see where you're going with this. You know, I'm really not like a totalitarian. I don't want a police state, you know, to the
okay.
extent that people say these things about me, like you're a fascist, you're a communist, or a socialist. I'm very much not in favor of that sort of thing.
Okay, but when you say that you love Stalin and you celebrated Stalin's birthday and that's a big deal for you, that might be a joke, but then we could go back to your show and we can find clips of you praising authoritarianism. When you say Hitler's our guy and we need a new Hitler and we need this and we need that, that's exactly what people are supposing you want, is a dictatorial, authoritarian, top-down Christian nationalist, Christian imperium. And even when we had a conversation, even when Nick and I had a conversation about liberal versus Christian empire, he basically told me that his ultimate goal, if he was to snap his fingers and make the world the way that he wanted it to be, he would be running a Western Hemisphere Christian empire. That's what he would want. So what is this? Is he walking it back? Is he sanitizing himself for Crowder's audience? Is this his earnestly held belief? Is he trying not to get assassinated? I'm really confused by Nick at this point. A squad wiper says, so basically you're a closeted pseudo-fascist disguised as a semi-libertarian. If you think that that's fascism, then you clearly haven't engaged in my content, but that's okay. Sean Kaplan says 2020 was super pissed at how much the left seemed to hate America. Does intense patriotism make one a civic nationalist? No, not necessarily. But okay, explaining civic nationalism real quick, and also I'll just go ahead and address the squad wiper since they're new. Squad Wiper. You must be new. So let's pull it up. Fascism is Giovanni Gentile. Giovanni Gentile was the philosophical precursor to Benito Mussolini and Hitler. Let me find my picture for you. It's somewhere over here, right? Give me a second. Let me pull this up. I'll flip through all of this. I'm looking for a twig and berries. I'm looking for a dick and balls. That's not it. That's not it. Looking for it. Here we go. All right. So this is half of fascism, political corporatism, treating the nation state as a body. And I think most people are political corporatists. So if you wanted to analogize the nation state, nation meaning people, state being the government, into a single entity, then that's political corporatism. So law enforcement would be the white blood cells, the skin would be the military, the culture would be the bones, the economy would be the heart, the training, education, and academia would be the testicles, and a pro-natal culture, cultural conservatism that propagates this society would be the stick, and then the digestive system would be the hospice asylums and public hospitals that help you break down, get the good stuff out of the bad stuff, okay? Is that sufficiently analogized for you? This isn't like an exact diagram. There's not any fascist that's going to specifically sign off onto my metaphor. I'm just trying to get you to understand the idea of political corporatism. Okay. Now, the idea of flexible authoritarianism, which I also have a drawing of somewhere, is the idea that fascists, like, power is ultimately who has and who wields power and how, right? That's politics and that's power. Well, flexible corporatism says that the emergencies and the necessities of our current society dictate that one must be a flexible authoritarian in order to seize power, because we're surrounded by so many stagnant social creations that prevent what needs to be done from getting done, that one should be flexibly authoritarian, meaning they do whatever is necessary in order to in order to seize and maintain political power. So as an example, here's Hitler emerging from the civilian population, becoming a member of the military, climbing up to representative government, and then becoming, chancellor, and then appointing himself dictator all of German society. Here's Benito Mussolini creating his paramilitary organizations, becoming a representative, and then sharing power with the church and the monarchy. Here's Donald Trump jumping straight from the civilian population right into the presidency, but then him trying to remake all the organs of government in his own image, including the law enforcement, the military, the Congress, and the judiciary. So the whole point is that these are like fascistic moves because you don't care about the structures themselves. Like, I'm a Republican. I believe in a republic. I think that these organs of government should continue their purpose unmolested because they're necessary for our society. I'm not a flexible authoritarian. So anyways, so basically, like, I don't believe in what Donald Trump's doing. I don't believe in what Benito Mussolini did. I don't believe in what Hitler did. I'm not a flexible authoritarian. And then Sean Kaplan, I'm going to address this before we move on real quick. Civic nationalist just is paperwork nationalism. So for me, you could be a fucking Martian, all right? You could be an alien. And if you believed in freedom of speech, freedom and conscience, right to self-defense up to and including against a tyrannical government, and if you included believing in due process of law and due process, equality before the law, all that kind of stuff, if you believed in that, you could be a sapient species from a different planet. And if you subscribe to that ideology, we could be countrymen. You could be a completely different species besides human, and I would accept you into my nation. However, like, there's reasonable limits. And so we need to articulate those reasonable limits, and we need to differentiate the people who sign on to that project versus the people who don't sign on to that project. So if you believe in those things, you're a part of my nation. You're a part of my political tribe. Ryan says SCOTUS has a new case where the Republicans are asking to push Citizens United even further and allow unlimited money and coordination between candidates and donors. Have you seen this? No, but that's a way that we could just corrupt the Republic to the point that it's dead. So that would be fun. Squad Wiper says, you have a very narrow view of how and what fascism is. I'm not against fascism. like that's your and their constitutional right. I just don't like the government or people cloaking it. I don't even know what you're saying, bro. My definition of fascism is historically accurate. So if you're just talking about authoritarianism, then we're talking about something else. Anyways, back to content for the sake of flow.
Just think that, you know, in the past 30 years, we've gone a little bit too far in the other direction. That's all.
No, and I wouldn't disagree with that last part, by the way. For example, I think it's very reasonable to say, you know what, maybe OnlyFans isn't a good thing. When you have libertarians going, oh yeah, if they ask for identification to prove you're of age to get pornography, the next thing you know, they're going to take your guns away. I'm like, yeah, I think that being 18 to get hardcore pornography kind of makes sense. So if addressing the hardcore libertarian sort of ideology, I would agree. If it goes towards like a theocracy or something like that, which I know you've discussed, I would disagree. And look, I want to play this because, of course, everyone's going to ask me to ask you this about the Tucker Stalin clip. So what I want to do is play it. And then I know that you've already explained it more recently. I want to play a longer clip in context and then give you the floor, because otherwise people say, why did he softball him and not ask about Stalin? Here's the clip for those who haven't seen it from Tucker Carlson.
So it was like mid-December, late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday. Oh, I'm a fan.
Hey, why is everybody hating on this interview? I think this is great. Now, I think he's being soft. I think having him doing the yes/no questions in reference to complex stuff is pretty soft. But this is exactly what I would want somebody to ask Nick Fuentes. This is a surprisingly good interview.
You're a fan of Stalin.
Always an admirer, but we don't need to go into that. I guess.
Well, that's okay. Let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
Blade, are you okay with laws against cursing Jesus? Nah, it's probably too far.
And then he called you a gay fed. No, I'm kidding, but pretty much that's what he did. People are mad at him for softballing. I think he didn't. I think that would be fair to press. I just think he was fundamentally dishonest in a lot of ways, because the second you left, it was a different Tucker again. Is that a fair assessment? I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I had the same experience with Candace. I went out there because him and I had beef. Me and Tucker had been privately and then publicly beefing for years. And, you know, he called me on the phone over the summer and we talked a little bit. And then somebody arranged, Alex Jones was a part of it, and somebody else kind of put this together. I went out.
Wait. Dinner for
Alex
3 hours. Jones was the mediator?
He was.
You two kiss and make up. All right, come on, this is enough. I mean, I can't imagine him being the middle ground, but okay.
He's a sweet guy, you know. He's
a teddy bear.
Guy. Yeah. So he didn't want to see us fighting because he loves Tucker. He loves me. He kind of put it together for us, and so I go out there. We have dinner. We do the show, and at no point during the
Squad Wiper says, okay, you say this, but you also say freedom of speech has a limit if it insults your religion, lol. Yeah, maybe it's fighting words. Maybe that's like my limit, okay? Because we have this category in American speech, which includes fighting words. And let me take a look at this real quick. Let me bring it up so I'm not... fighting words definition. Words that indicate a willingness to fight, to challenge someone, that are likely to cause confrontation. Fighting words statute, Florida. Let's take a look. In Florida, fighting words fall under statute 877.03, breach of the peace, disorderly conduct, meaning words that likely by their utterance inflict or injury, incite an immediate breach of peace, or false words like shouting fire in a crowded theater, creating a clear danger of harm. These words aren't protected by the First Amendment when they directly provoke violence or public danger, leading to a second-degree misdemeanor charge with potential jail time, fines, and probation. I'm okay with this limit. I think this is a reasonable limit. And so as an example, if I go to a Muslim... let's say that I go to a mosque, right? And I bring some bacon and I wave it in people's faces as they're going to mosque. And I say, Muhammad is a pedo, peace be upon him, right? Should I expect that to cause a breach of peace and for some people to try to fight me? Absolutely. If somebody does fight me can they go to jail for battery or affray, but can I also go to jail for instigating the fight? I think the just answer is yes. And I think that's the same thing with, for instance, like sacrilege. There has to be like reasonable limits. For instance, like with Westboro Baptist Church, I don't know if you guys remember this. Westboro Baptist Church really tested the limit of free speech in America because they went to the funerals of dead service members and they brought signs that said, your soldier is in hell. God killed this soldier because the United States promotes sodomy. They did all sorts of like crazy, crazy, crazy signs. The Squad Wiper, if you keep being like a condescending prick, I'll just ban you. I like to have interesting conversations. So if you want to be a condescending bitch, then I'll prove how authoritarian I am momentarily. Authoritarian definition: favoring or enforcing a strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of personal freedom. No, I'm just saying that if you start a fight or predictably start a fight, then you should get in trouble. So yeah, eat a dick, dipstick. As we've discussed with P.F. Young, I am not a pure liberal. I want maximal human freedom, but I don't believe in unlimited freedom without consequence. And then same thing with, I think at the root of liberalism is a hyper obsession with individual autonomy that can have negative consequences. Counterpoints. No, good response. Haha. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, but basically, if you're a smartass again, I'm just going to ban you. It's that easy. It's that easy. I didn't come here just to talk to you, and if you're going to be a rude, condescending bitch, then I'll ban you. So, that easy. All right, anyways, back to the content.
Show or during the dinner, was it really even contentious? Was there really even an explicit disagreement? We had some disagreements.
Sorry, real quick. Zena's asked an important question. Is there a non-flexible authoritarian, a monarch perhaps? Yes, exactly, Zenith. So, for instance, the theocratic Republic of Iran is authoritarian, but they do not change the organs of the state. They remain in effect. Okay? So they would not be flexibly authoritarian.
But he kind of tried to avoid those. I don't think that he was very forceful or direct about those. And then I went on my show the next day and said, yeah, it was a great interview. I thought it was really nice. And we're on the same page now. And then every single interview that he has done since then, he doesn't say my name without calling me an anti-Semite. He's going and doing the circuit, and every show that he goes on, he says, you know, Nick is really talented and this and that, but I don't agree with his anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. And I'm like, okay, so where was that during the dinner? Where was that during the show? I didn't hear that during the whole thing. I'm an anti-Semite now. And I wish he would have brought that up during the discussion, because I would have loved to discuss that or to dispute that or whatever. But it's like you said, I got a completely different Tucker after the fact. In all these other shows, he's going around and telling everybody, you know, that like it's the making of a murderer.
Right.
Like I could see why people like him, even though he's
like
so
you're
awful.
Like you're the Averys. Yeah, you know, you got them Jews there. Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Candace will make another show about that like 9 years later. Okay, so that's she did like something about making a murderer. I was like, what is this? Like, this is very late. Okay, but going back to that's the clip that people say, ask him about Stolen. And I would have, in Tucker's shoes, asked you about Stolen. Now, I've seen you on another show explain it more recently. Now, I can't play the whole clip because it'll be really long, but I want to play a longer one and then allow you to provide any missing context. I can't remember the name of this, something Danny D, Johnny G, play it.
Tommy G.
Tommy G, I was close.
Agree, you have some hilarious moments, but there was a moment from the Tucker Carlson interview I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
You mentioned Stalin. You're a fan of his work?
Yes.
Was that serious or a joke?
That wasn't a joke. But, you know, it's like anything else. I love history and I love stories. And to me, Joseph Stalin is an extremely compelling figure. I would say more, you'd be surprised to hear this, than Hitler. Everybody pegs me as like a Hitler guy. I'll tell you, and I'm not saying this to pander, I'm not saying this, you know, because I care about what you think of me.
I really don't even know that much about Hitler. I never found Hitler to be that interesting.
What?
I think that there's narratives about Hitler that are interesting. In America, if you talk a certain way about certain issues, they say you're a Nazi, you're Hitler. So it's interesting in that way. But for me, Stalin is the far more compelling figure. And I say that because, you know, while everybody focuses on Hitler, Stalin is a person who takes Russia, which is the most backwards country in Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, serfs and peasants and you know, just all around immiseration and poverty. He takes a country like this, and by the time he dies, it's a nuclear empire. It's a global superpower. It's like the most unbelievable story in the history of mankind. And so I don't think he's a good person. He's an evil person. He's one of the villains of history. But in terms of his effects, he's an effective ruler. And I think that's interesting.
Okay. This is why this rubs me wrong. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but this is the way that I feel about it. Is it? You could say the same thing about Japan. All right. And effectively, with Japan, you're talking about the time where the samurai existed to the time that Japan had. When was the Japanese Zero first built? 1939. When were the samurai abolished? 1868. So you're talking about from the Civil War in the Western world. Sorry, I'll try to set this up real quick. In the Western world, we had an entire technological jump from the year 1000 to 1800. And then from 1800 to 1900, we had a huge technological leap. I would argue even like 1700s because of the creation and propagation of the musket. We had a massive technological leap over the course of 200 or 300 years. And so as a result, like feudal Japan was able to jump from blades and ceramic, steel, wood, armor, and medieval feudalism and all that kind of stuff. Fashion 40. Was able to jump from the feudal period to the modern military within a couple of generations. Like, I know that it's kind of like corny, but like The Last Samurai, Tom Cruise's Last Samurai. but what you see the jump from feudal Japan into modern industrial military warfare. And so that happening within a series of like 2 or 3 generations compared to the United States and the Western world taking centuries, they effectively got to jump the tech tree because the rest of the world had already developed so far. And that's how I feel about Russia. Russia was centuries behind the rest of Europe. So while you could credit, which I think Nick just did, he just credited Joseph Stalin for jumping the tech tree. And it's cool that they jumped the tech tree. However, he did it in the most like brutal, murderous, starving, fucked up, authoritarian way. And so as a result, when you say like, oh yeah, he was evil, but he jumped the tech tree, it's like, dude, anybody was capable of jumping the tech tree in the 19th century. Any society that was willing to work with colonial powers could jump a century or two. So that's why I don't like that statement. That bugs the shit out of me. I'm not going to lie. Blade says, Connor, if you had to describe American culture briefly, what do you think it would be? Because I'm asking because I wanted to know if that means immigrants to assimilate to America for immigrants. Okay. Can I pause real quick? I know I want to keep the content flowing for the VOD viewers, but I also want to make sure that like I also address chat because that's part of the show, especially for the live stream. But anyways, I want to thank the people who donated first, and then I'm going to do a drawing. Grassroots gifted 5, Deus gifted 1, Grassroots for 10. Fighting words are constitutionally defined as anything negative you say about my dogs. See? True. Fell Runner for 5 says, in honor of Nick realizing, hey, I might be anti-Semitic. Happy Hanukkah, Grill Shallah. Thank you, Fell Runner. Grassroots for 10 says, as a conservative libertarian, the best reason not to vote for conservatives, the most persuasive case is that it makes people like Crowder think he is funny, and those people go on to destroy society. Yeah, I agree. Steven Crowder has competently negotiated this interview so far, in my opinion. But I do not want to live in a world where Steven Crowder thinks he's funny. So let's draw something real quick, because I think that this is my frustration with the Chris Nats. Okay, paint. I'll throw on the wig real quick. I'll throw on the wig. This is an important one. This drawing's important. Let me zoom out a little bit. Where's my mouse? Mouse, where are you? There you are. Come here. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is my frustration, is that the United States really only asks a couple of things of you. Okay, and I'm gonna draw them. Okay, and in response, the United States promises that it will give you some things. So let's go ahead and bust this out. 48 is fine. Let's put here. So you have, in order for this society to work, I'll put it in the middle, I suppose, because it's more structural. Pay your bills. Pay your taxes. Leave everyone else alone. This is what American society demands of you. And in response, you get freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. You get the right to self-defense. Up to and including against a tyrannical government. And you get due process. Due process, equality before the law, all that crap. Come on, buddy. Stop screwing with me. Due process, equality before the law, prohibition against cruel, unusual punishment. And these are like the foundations of American society. This is what props up the United States, is people paying their bills, paying their taxes, leaving everybody else alone, and in turn receiving these things. Now, if you want to be a black nationalist, if you want to be a fascist, if you want to be a communist, if you want to be a Christian nationalist, if you want to be an anarcho-communist, you can do all of these things under the U.S. liberal umbrella. So let's say that you're a black nationalist and you think black people in the U.S. have a unique history and should unite and live together for their own interest. Let's say that you believe that. You can do that as long as you pay your bills, pay your taxes, and leave everybody else alone. Let's say you're a Christian nationalist and you think that Christians have a unique history and should unite and live together in their own interest. Okay, you can do that too. Let's say you're a fascist. Okay. We should be politically cooperative and use flexible authoritarianism to seize and maintain power, but I will obey the law so I don't get killed. You can even be a fascist in the United States society as long as you don't break the law. And I could go on, but this applies to communism. This applies to everything. And right here is the power of liberalism in my mind, is the fact that all these different kinds of people who have all these different political perspectives, all these people who have these wildly different perspectives on politics, society, religion, law, who you should love, how you should love, all that kind of stuff, they all fit within the liberal framework as long as you adhere to these behaviors and are willing to reap these social benefits. So that's where I get frustrated with like the authoritarians who want to upend the apple cart, because what happens is once you upend the apple cart and you destroy these privileges and these duties, it's a free-for-all. And then at that point, once this is gone, once this hierarchy of power in civic society is gone, then at this point, it's just a scramble for power between Christian nationalists, black nationalists, fascists, communists, libertarians, anarchists, and narco-communists. It's just a scramble for power. So what liberalism does is it formalizes the scramble for power as long as you play within the rules of the game. All right? Justin says, all these things were possible when the demographics were homogenous. It does not work anymore with dozens of different ethnic and racial groups. I don't even think you're right, Justin. Most Americans, what do most Americans do? 99.9% of Americans pay their bills, pay their taxes, and leave their neighbors alone. So you're saying like it's failed. This is all failed. It's all falling apart. And then you look out into the world and statistically, no, it's not. It's going just fine. If anything, Trump, who is the person who is upending this apple cart, he's a greater threat to the system and has caused more economic and social disruption to the system than anybody else. So, yeah. Anyways, let me save this because why capital L liberalism is based. Now, hold on. One more thing before we get back into it. What P.F. Young and I were saying the other day, because we were talking about like post-liberalism and stuff, is that this is not enough in order to live a good life. Okay? Paying your bills, paying your taxes, and leaving other people alone is not going to bring you wealth. It's not going to bring you success. It's not going to bring you contentment. It's not going to mean that you have good social relationships. It's not going to mean that you're a good member of your community. Okay? So we need almost like liberalism plus or liberalism 2.0 or something that appeals to everybody. I would argue conservatism, Burkean conservatism, but that there almost needs to be like a revitalization of liberalism where it doesn't just focus on rights and privileges. It also focuses on duties. So maybe like duty-based liberalism, responsible liberalism, ordered liberalism. I don't know what to call it. Like ordered democracy, right? Ordered liberalism. So anyways, I'm open to ideas on that because post-liberal to me, like I said, I feel like politically, whenever I hear post-liberalism, I hear I'm a Yarvanite, J.D. Vance, neo-fascist, Christian monarchist, neo-monarchist, or some varying degree of dissident right, because I think that America has failed as a project. Whereas if I hear like, I don't know, ordered liberalism, kind of like mogging on the ordered liberty thing from Helldivers, then it kind of brings a little bit of spine into the liberty phrase. But anyways, I'm open to feedback on that one. Sorry for the yap, but I like to think that some of my viewers, healthy chunk of my viewers, aren't just here in order to ape content. They're also here in order to hear what I have to say. So once again, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thanks to Grassroots, Fellrunner, Grassroots, Deus, Grassroots for the financial support so far. I Piers, love you. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Now that clip goes on, we'll make the link available. I don't want to do an interview where everyone's watching you watch you. But so with that, and I was asked about this on Piers Morgan, and I, again, asked to condemn, Stalin. I said, look, I don't know. He could have meant, and by the way, I don't know if you have a cold. I have a halls in my throat right now. I notice everyone's a little bit sniffly. I said, he could have been saying he's fascinated. Like, for example, I've been going down a rabbit hole of Stalin versus Trotsky, like how much they hated each other, which would seem odd to us because they're very similar. The spoiler alert, it's two assholes fighting. That's pretty much all it is. And I would be curious to ask him about that. So when people say disavow without having the full context, I think that's wrong. Now, that said, my question to you would be, I know that you have said we need
Grassroots says fighting words are when you tell a GM guy's 80s box Chevys are gay and then you can beat their ass.
Catholic theocracy or a Christian theocracy. I've heard the word dictatorship. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I would ask you, since
yeah, sure. Ranger Nation brings us up. Sorry that it's a little bit late, but I am scrolling through chat chronologically. Ranger Nation says, if you're okay with religious slander being fighting words, then slurs should 100% be towards their race and gays. Absolutely, Ranger Nation. I think that if you go into a crowd of black folk or go towards a black guy and you say, you N-word hard ER, then they should be able to fist fight you. And they can go to jail for battery or affray, but you can go to jail for instigating the fight through fighting words. And then same thing with... what is it? The K slur with Jews, the F slur with gay people. If I'm walking down drunk downtown Orlando and I see a bunch of like obviously gay dudes, and then I say, you know, fuck you, you F slurs, you're going to burn in hell, then I think it's reasonable not only for them to take offense, but for it to be predictable that I, as a moral agent, am instigating the fight. And then at that point, once again, if you're the gay person who's whooping my ass, then you can go to jail for battery or affray, because engaging in mutual combat, you can get arrested for affray. Affray is where two parties are fighting, but they're disrupting the public peace. And then battery is where you strike somebody who is not willing to be struck. So, you know, like boxing is an exemption to battery. Like professional boxing is an exemption to affray and an exemption to battery, because it's a professionalized event with, like, you know, doctors and all that bullshit, right? So anyways, the point being that the people who are doing the battery, they can go to jail for battery, but the person who instigated the fight can also go to jail for fighting words. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing.
the end point seems much more similar to where Stalin reached, just swap atheism for Catholicism or Christianity. Would you be able to name, or is there any one thing that you think America, like concretely, should copy about Stalin's rule or methods to get there?
Not his methods, because, like I said, he's an evil person, or a murderer, and genocidal, arguably, with the famine. I mean, I think it's pretty clearly intentional that they were trying to kill all those people there. And so I want to make that clear. Sometimes I feel like it's almost childish, and I'm not saying that about this interview, but just in general, when people say, "Wait, but he was a bad guy," it's like, I know he's a bad guy.
Blade says, do you believe freedom of speech is instrumental good or intrinsically good? Like, do you believe it's good for a purpose or just intrinsic moral good? Because that might be informing your view. If I'm understanding the way that you're using instrumental versus intrinsic, where intrinsic means like it's wholesomely good, it is all good, but instrumental good, that means through its use, it is good, then instrumental. Because there's all sorts of negatives with freedom of speech. You can be offended. You could hurt people's feelings. You can insult people. You could assault people's religion. You can, lie. You can cheat. You can steal. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff with freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. So I don't think it's an intrinsic good. If I understand instrumental versus intrinsic, it's an instrumental good.
I know he was evil. And I suppose the thing that I find maybe more compelling about Stalin as a ruler is the way that he industrialized the country. I'm very interested in this because that is, among the other things that I talk about, a very important problem in the country is that we're deindustrialized. Yeah. And what Stalin did, and I said that in that clip and in other clips too, he takes a country that has no industry. And he literally, and with brutal, evil methods that I would not, I don't replicate, I don't support that. But he does take the country and drag it into the 21st century. And he does that by bringing in heavy industry. The 5-year plans, the collectivization of the farms, it was about prioritizing heavy industry so that they could eventually build ships and planes and tanks and, the things that they needed to fight the war. So,
but it was about seizing industry. And it was about doing it by force. I mean, secret police, the party purges, the show trial. So if you say the industrialization of the country, how do you separate that from, the only methods were largely evil, or certainly his calling card methods, right? That's where people would say, okay, if you point to him as an example, is there anything worthy of emulating other than, because you could point to other countries that have industrialized, including the United States.
Well, I don't think that is necessary.
Okay, we're going to do this. Christian, I studied U.S. government, EU history, and cultural anthropology. Quite the opposite of a layman. He's the one in that lane. Okay. Bye, bitch. And by the way, Squad Wiper, it's not because I don't like challenge. Oh, I'll do a timeout. How about that? Timeout. Okay. It's not because I give a fuck if you have something interesting to say. I don't care if you say interesting things. If you say, oh, well, you know, actually, that's quite authoritarian of you because you're using the state in a way that I don't think is appropriate. I wouldn't give two shits if you said something like that. The reason why you're annoying me and the reason why you're in a timeout is because being like, well, I studied things and he's wrong. And then meanwhile, you're not actually proving a single goddamn thing I said wrong. Okay. I'm using Giovanni Gentile in order to define fascism. I understand what authoritarianism means. And the fact that using any level of state force is not authoritarian, you douchebag. So just being like, I read some books and I'm right about everything. What are you, 19? Now, I read a lot of books and I'm right about a lot of things, but I also know that I'm wrong about a lot of things. So what I'm doing is I'm giving a good faith interpretation of my world. And if you're a condescending bitch, you don't need to be a part of my world. It's that simple. If you want to come here and you want to have an interesting conversation with smart people, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, then you could be a welcome and valued part of the community. I like smart people. I like people who study the world. I like people who have insightful and critical things to say. Okay. However, if you're going to be a smug bitch, you're going to catch a ban. It's that simple. I could have a Nazi in my chat, and we've had dissident right-wing people in my chat before. I could have a Nazi in my chat, and if they're polite and they like express their ideas in a comprehensive way that isn't condescending, and if they're not vile to my other chatters, then they could stay in the community. But if they're vile and condescending and rude, they're not going to stay in the community. It's that simple. Eat a dick, dimshit.
I think because it starts with the idea that a country, an empire needs industry. You need to be able to make things. We don't make things. We don't even make the machines.
Sorry, real quick. Grassroots says, do it. Say America is a propositional nation. Do it. We're a propositional nation. Propositional liberalism.
Machines to make things anymore. China makes all the things. And so starting from the idea where Stalin says in the 20s, he says, we're either going to do in 15 years what it would normally take us 100 years to do, or we're going to die. Our country will not exist anymore because we are encircled. And I feel like America's in sort of a similar position where...
AKA Batu Sai says, fighting words can exist, but I wouldn't make fighting words something connected to religious speech. I would. If I went to a mosque and I say, Muhammad is a pedo and he's burning in hell, I would expect somebody to fist fight me. Same thing, like Christians can be pacifistic, but if I went to a Christian church and I said, every abortion that's ever happened is a blessing and you know, fuck you for trying to control abortion, I would think those would be fighting words. And I would be okay with those being classified as fighting words.
We need to race ahead of China or else we are going to be destroyed. We need industry back in the country. And I don't believe in taking grain to feed the factory workers and enslaving people in gulags. But I do think the government needs to set. It's sort of like when JFK said, we're going to go to the moon in 10 years. I like the idea, this ambitious idea of we're going to catch up in 10 years. We're just going to go out there and do it. We're just going to build it. And
Okay, Nick is hitting on something that I actually like about it as well. So the Mao Zedong started with like the Great Leap Forward and a few other mass populist movements where he said, this is the vision of the country in the next 5 to 10 years. Like we have a 5-year plan and a 10-year plan. This is what we're going to execute. And we're going to tell you guys how we're doing as a country throughout. And of course, the Great Leap Forward, because they were having like farmers smelt steel in their backyards. Number one, they made dog shit steel. Number two, they caused a man-made famine that starved millions of people to death. And Mao Zedong prioritized districts that were loyal to him, and he starved the districts that were disloyal to him. So obviously one of the most screwed up, messed up, murderous political actions in history. However, what I liked about the 5-year and 10-year plans is that oftentimes with the United States, it feels like we waffle, you know, right? We have like a Republican president for 4 years, then he executes a part of his agenda, but it's really a watered down version of his agenda, then maybe he gets reelected and maybe he's able to double down on a few extra policies. But then by the second year, the House of Representatives gets voted out, or the Senate gets voted out. As a result, he's a lame duck and he can't execute a policy. But there are policies that are good, regardless of whether or not they're Republican or Democratic proposals. And so if the Democrats and if the Republican Congress members, which they're supposed to be the smartest people in our country, if they got together and they said, these are bipartisan objectives that are good for the United States, no matter who is in power, we are going to execute these objectives over the next 5 to 10 years. And we're going to update the people of the United States every few years. Like every year, we're going to update them on the progress towards executing these federal agendas. I think that would be based. I don't think that's inherent to communism. I don't think that's inherent to authoritarianism. I don't think that's inherent to socialism. So basically, if we actually had a government that was competent and capable of planning on a long-term scale, I think that would actually help a lot.
I don't support, killing people. I don't think you need to kill people to achieve that. But I like the idea of urgency, setting targets, having a national strategy, and doing it for the sake of power projection.
Well, and I agree, by the way, industrialization, right, is good. We went through that in America quite a bit before Russia. The reason they had to play catch up is because it was an awful place and they had to do it by force. So my question is, am I mischaracterizing? And everything that I ask is genuine here because I'm trying to see where we disagree. Because I think Stalin is a fascinating historical character. You're talking to a guy, we did the Great Diktatov, where we did brackets for 3 days of Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao. Funniest one was Papa Doc in Haiti because he sucked. Pinochet, who wasn't all wrong. And we were very clear about this. And I think Mao ended up winning. Might have been Pol Pot, though the number wasn't as high, but he was just really dumb and really brutal, which is a bad combination. How could you get, if we're talking about now, to Stalin's industrial results without Stalin's methods? If you want to get to a Catholic, first off, have you said Catholic theocracy? Am I misquoting?
I might have said it, but I don't believe in a Catholic theocracy. I think that the government should be Christian, but not a theocracy.
Okay. Not a dictatorship either?
We might need a very powerful executive for a short amount of time. I think that's maybe unavoidable.
See, and this is what I don't like about Nick, man. This is what I don't like. So we have this. We don't need to be murderous. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do that. But also Stalin's base, and we might need a vigorous, untethered executive. Well, guess what? Mao Zedong didn't plan on murdering or starving millions of people. He didn't plan on that. He didn't plan on accidentally murdering tens of millions of Chinese people through starvation. He was incompetent and he was an idiot and he was a dictatorial leader untethered from the social institutions of his time because he had just seized power at the end of a civil war. When you look at Stalin as well, Stalin came out of an incredibly anarchic period. He came out of the collapse of Imperial Russia and the reassertion of the Soviet Union and World War II. So his authoritarianism could be materially justified, but he still did incredibly evil shit in the name of the collective good. Dude, name a dictator and I will find you the excuses they use in order to do the evil shit that they did. So once again, I feel like Nick I know he's intelligent. I know he reads history. I know he pays attention. I don't think he knows what he's asking for. I think that he thinks that somebody like him will seize power and then do what needs to be done, which is probably, let's be real, mass deportation of Jews and mass deportation of other, recent American immigrants. But I don't think he actually knows what it would take and the kind of violence that would be necessary to implement his agenda. I think he's naive. Blade says, if someone immigrates and they follow the law, pay taxes, pay their bills, then they are assimilated. Do they have to assimilate to any form of American culture? Does it even exist? Well, Blade, that's interesting. So going back to the drawing real quick. So this is kind of the bare minimum, right? This is kind of like the bare minimum of what we want Americans to do. But I still think it's the role of the government through public education in order to socialize their nation. So right here, we don't have anything about telling the truth. We don't have anything about not about stealing. We don't have anything about murder or rape or sexual mores. Like that could all arguably be put under the umbrella of leave everyone else alone. And so that's kind of where like the legality. No, Officer Nasty, we're fine. We could talk about the legality of certain issues or whatever, but realistically, there isn't like any moral social promotion of what's good and what's bad. And so, Blade, I would argue that what's missing from liberalism, what's missing from this model is a positive vision of the future. This is a negative vision, right? This is liberty, okay? Freedom of conscience and freedom of speech doesn't necessarily tell you how to use your conscience or how to use your speech. Paying your bills doesn't really say anything except for go to work and figure out how to survive. Pay your taxes says give your due to the government. Leave everyone else alone. Well, you could leave everyone else alone by smoking endless amounts of pot and living in a shitty apartment that you never clean, becoming 700 pounds, and die before Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. Right to self-defense up to and including against a tyrannical government. If you're never attacked, then you won't have to use that. And then due process and equality before the law, prohibitions against cruel and unusual punishment, you won't need to use that unless you're accused of a crime. So realistically, liberalism like this, I think, is a good way to set out the limits of state power. However, I don't think it has a positive vision for what being an American is. And ultimately, we create what that positive vision is. But there's certain things that should be universal, like not being a lying piece of shit. So, yeah, Blade, I think this is actually where liberalism fails. I think that's what we're getting at with your question.
Okay.
But not an ideological totalitarian state, no.
So how do you get to that in the industrialization that you talk about with Stalin? How do you get it? How do you get there?
I think that you need tariffs. I think you need subsidies. I think you need a massive public works program, something like the New Deal. And I know you're probably not a fan of that because I know you're a huge free market guy, but I think that one of the things the free market doesn't do well is it doesn't allocate resources efficiently on like a long-term timeline. In a long-term timeline, America needs to have a ton of industry to be able to support its Navy, to be able to protect supply chains and trade routes. And the free market has not been able to accomplish that. So I think that the government needs to intervene in this case and basically say, like, we're not going to import these manufactured goods from China. We have to make them ourselves. We need to subsidize them. And maybe we bring people on, onto the dole of the state in a public works program to accomplish some of these things. So I believe in an intervention from the state to do that.
Well, okay. So I understand, by the way, tariffs, I understand. And especially when you look at the revenue they'll be generating, I don't think that's an infringement of the free markets. I think it's a correction of an unfair market, of a market where we've been fleeced. So I think we agree on that. Subsidies are massive public works. I mean, we have a debt. Is it 39 trillion? I haven't looked at the clock recently. So I certainly wouldn't say that we haven't been subsidizing things. We absolutely have, and we can't afford it. And the old joke, right, in Russia is they pay us to look like we're working, and we look like we're working. Like they look like they're paying us. We look like we're working. We've done this here in the States. I mean, if you go back to FDR, and maybe you're a fan of FDR's approach. Certainly Barack Obama, the biggest modern spending package. I was around for that. Shovel-ready jobs was awful. And same thing for Russia. I mean, if you throw enough bodies and human suffering at something, you can get something done. But even then, it was still significantly behind the world that was more free, the United States. So where have we not done it? Because I look at it and I go, well, we have been subsidizing almost everything. I agree with you on China. I agree with you on tariffs. I think that's a huge threat. What would that look like?
Well, I don't think we've been subsidizing industry. I'm not saying just like subsidies across the board. I mean, we need to actually subsidize and prioritize the industries that we need in the country. So like, for example, the CHIPS Act, I think that was a great thing. I don't think it was enough, and I don't think it was comprehensive, but I want more things like that. Like, there's no reason why they're doing it in Arizona. They're bringing TSMC over to Arizona. They're building a chip fabrication facility. We need that. And I think the government should give tax breaks or just straight up give subsidies to the companies that are going to do that. And I think that we need aggressive trade negotiations. I guess maybe where we differ ideologically is that I want a very smart government. I liked what Doge did. I like the idea of bringing people from the private sector into the government. And even Trump said that in 2016 to work on trade deals, to work on, for example, China steals all our intellectual property. They steal all of the...
Do you guys want to take a look at that real quick? So, somebody says, is the white lady calling Somalis the N-word and grabbing her crotch Floridian fighting words? Let's take a look. Cinnabon racial slurs video. I heard that on Twitter. I didn't see. Jesus Christ.
Sexualizing your body makes you a better person.
Are you recording?
I'm gonna record you. Yes.
Do you want me to throw water on you? I am racist.
Idiot, for
And
real.
you are
You are an idiot. No,
I
I'm
am
not.
racist, and I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruined your life, by the way.
Oh, talking about you talk about respect. You talking about respect. You are fired from this place, mother. You're not gonna be working here.
Suck it.
Suck what? Look how you
Suck
fucking look
it.
like.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you, you ugly Get the out of
Ugly?
my face.
Talking about ugliness?
Did I stutter?
You we're not.
For
No,
what?
we're not. No, we're not.
Because you know damn well you're a
Respect.
evil
Respect. Keep squeezing that caramel. Get the out of here.
Okay, so obviously what we would need in order to understand what's going on is we would need to know who started it. Okay, so you would take, let's say I was a law enforcement officer and I was investigating this incident.
That was Mr. You.
Excuse me. So let's say, because I heard this, I don't know if it's true, that allegedly the Somalis who are videotaping said that she needed to be wearing a hijab and that's what kicked us off. I don't know if that's true. That's just Twitter bullshit, right? So in that scenario where let's say that somebody is taking their religion and offending somebody else or whatever, they know that that word would be offensive. They could be viewed as the instigator. However, that woman also knows that she is using fighting words. She's flicking them off. She's putting her hands around her crotch. She's calling them the N-word. She's doing all this crazy stuff. So let's say that the Cinnabon lady is the person who started with started with like the racial abuse and the crazy words and all that kind of stuff. What you guys need to understand too is that multiple people, because a lot of people think that like you identify a instigating party and then you just arrest them. No, everybody can go to jail. Okay? I need you to understand that. Everybody can go to jail. So let's just start with the Somali. Let's pretend, let's just be hypothetical. Let's say the Somali walks in and says, you should wear a hijab, you're a whore, you're a Western whore, you're a piece of shit or whatever. Well, right there, you could charge the Somali guy with fighting words, especially if you had a recording or multiple witnesses. Then let's say that that woman starts racially abusing them and starts saying, fuck you, Muhammad's a pedo, get out of here, N-word, blah, 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 blah. She can be charged with fighting words. Let's say that the guy jumps over the counter and then starts whooping her ass. Well, then he can be charged with battery. And then let's say that she stands up and she starts fighting him back out into the food court and they cause a fist fight in public. Both of them can be charged with a fray. So the whole point of having a justice system that can hold people to account for bad behavior isn't to identify a single party and then just take them to jail. It'll be to punish bad behavior. And in my opinion, we know the woman is engaged in horrific behavior, in that the Somalis are accused of bad behavior, but not proven in bad behavior. And you're asking me if that guy had jumped over the counter, would he be justified? He could be like morally justified and still legally held to account. Okay. Beef Supreme says fighting words are not a crime. What's your state, Beef Supreme? I'll look it up. What state are you in?
The developments that we have. We need people that know about technology almost in a technocratic way, like true experts guiding our trade policy, guiding in some ways our economic policy, setting a benchmark that it's like, we need like.
Weirdly enough, this would fall in with like abundance liberalism and then technocratic state planning.
Like 10% of the economy or 15 or 20% of the economy to be productive in 5 or 10 years. We need to be making ports, ships, Or we need to have countries in our orbit that can do it for us, like South Korea or Japan. But we just need people that are in charge that are, kind of aware of this problem. So
yeah, well,
I guess that's maybe the difference.
No, I don't think that's the difference. I can outline maybe the difference based on what you just said. I don't have a problem with tariffs. Sure. I know what you're talking about with the CHIPS Act. I agree. And I think a big problem is, yeah, absolutely, Chinese stealing intellectual property. That's why I think they're a huge threat.
Yeah. So, I mean, Beef Supreme, I think you said fighting words just fall under disorderly conduct. Okay. So you're using a synonym. That's okay. Okay. COD M community, beef, poor understanding of laws on your part, lol. Dude, COD M community, you have the same PFP as the other guy, a squad wipe. So if you come in and keep being a B word to my chat, I'm going to ban you too, because I'm assuming that it's just an alt. What's your problem, man? Be chill or get the fudge out. It's that simple. And by the way, beef annoys me all the time, but I put up with beef because beef is like, hey, Connor, I love you, but you're an idiot. That's how beef approaches conversations. Beef says, Bonnie Blue should be able to bang 10,000 dudes. Who cares? Right? And that's annoying to me. So that's like, yeah, exactly. So if you want to be in this community, stop being a B word or you're going to I'll just ban you. Okay? It's very simple. Very simple.
See, I mean, then you could point, though, to like American auto manufacturing, which has been abysmal. I mean, industries that have been heavily subsidized. I mean, if you look at insurance industries, pharmaceutical companies, if you look at energy companies, I mean, you remember also about Solyndra, green energy companies.
Totally.
Every company that's been heavily subsidized and regulated tends to be less efficient and it tends to be more expensive. But we do need to protect certainly things that are, I would say that chips are a matter of national security. But my thing there is you say you like Doge. Well, I don't know why you think I would differ. That was largely, axing things. You've just mentioned stuff that really for the first time has been done under this administration. And where we differ is I go, is it perfect? No. Is it a step in the right direction compared to Biden, compared to Barack Obama? Yeah. And then I know that you've also talked about having to burn it all down. So where I differ is, you've said you're reactionary, or I've heard you use the term maybe accelerationist. Well, accelerate toward what? Because if that's what you want, and I agree with you, we're getting more of that than ever before. So how would you get there and why would you burn down the progress that's being made?
Well, I'm not an accelerationist. I think that
okay.
I think that's sort of misguided because if and I agree with you, accelerating towards what? That's the operative question. So that's why I'm not an accelerationist. I think that to make things worse is only basically to vote in favor of chaos and death and
Wait, but if Steven Crowder knew enough about Nick Fuentes, wouldn't he press him on the fact that he abandoned Trump and voted for Kamala? What?
Potentially civil war, low-level political violence, and I think you're rolling the dice with that. So I'm with you on that. As far as the Trump administration is concerned,
okay,
I supported...
Can I pause you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
And I don't want to interrupt, but like I said, I want to address kind of the points individually.
No, totally. Yeah.
Feel free. Okay, and hopefully you think this is fair, because I really do want to be, and I know that I disagree with you on some fundamentals here, but yeah. You did say that Kamala Harris would be a better choice.
Ooh. I pause Andied. Steven owned me in the marketplace of ideas. That's interesting.
And you did take billboards out against Donald Trump.
Dude, okay, I'll tell you, okay? Somebody said that Steven Crowder is actually not a stupid man. That's interesting because I've some of his segments have been so annoying and some of his Trump sweeping has been so annoying that I just dismissed him. And I've told this story before. I tried to check out Steven Crowder because people were like, oh, well, you're saying like you're a conservatarian. Steven Crowder would be right up your lane. Go check him out. So I checked him out and I watched like 2 or 3 videos. It was kind of mid. I was like, And then he did this prank where they went to the Home Depot. And this was like 17 or 18. Like not gay Jared was still a part of the crew at the time. And they jumped out and they're like, La migra, ice, ice, ice. And they started like chasing like 50-year-old like Mexicans. And I was like, wow, that's actually really fucked up. Like because like, number one, these dudes are like 50. And so they could have a heart attack. Number two, what's the punchline? The punchline is we have an underserved slave class in America who works for less than minimum wage in order to make American agriculture and construction work. Is that the punchline of the joke, right? It's like not a good joke. And the fact that it's such a cruel and stupid thing to do, I was like, fuck this guy. I don't want to engage with this guy anymore. So I stopped and I kind of dismissed him as an idiot. But Grassroots kind of said it right here, where he's like, Steven is not stupid. He's a malicious asshole. And I guess that's where I'm at now. I actually really respect, effectively that Crowder has been able to interview Nick in a way that's non-confrontational, but also pushes the buttons that I think are worth pushing. For instance, bringing up the Stalin quote, pressing him on his Stalin thing, already having the clip prepared, also pressing him on this, where he's saying like, hey, what are the limits of your authoritarianism? I think those are great questions. And then, he just did it where I forget what happened because I have early onset dementia, but effectively I said, the Kamala Harris thing, challenging Nick on Kamala Harris. I'm happy. I'm happy that he was like, oh, well, you're saying you're not an accelerationist, but you said that we should vote for Harris over Trump, even though Trump is arguably a better representative of your ideas. So, yeah, Crowder has not redeemed himself in my eyeballs, but he has proven himself a more intelligent and insightful interviewer than I ever would have given him credit for. So, yeah, good job, Stephen.
Trump and told people not to vote in certain elections. That would be, and they just maybe didn't use the term accelerationist, but you said at least then that would sort of ignite what we need because it's a uniparty, it's all the same.
This is an excellent follow-up question.
Right, so I view that as accelerationism, whereas I see where we agree, where we find progress, I would argue is better than 4 years of Kamala. And I would argue that we were at the precipice of, really, we were looking at descending into the abyss, 15 million on the low end, illegal aliens, and not to mention the legal immigration problem. Add another 10 million with Kamala Harris, we no longer have a country, where you and I would both agree. So that's where I don't understand your position.
Yeah, well, let's sit in this for a minute. So first of all, and I just want to clarify, I know you know this, but maybe your audience doesn't. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't vote for Kamala. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't endorse Kamala. My plan in and again, as long as we're in good faith, I'm going to explain to you my thought process on this last year. It looked at one point like this was going to be a very
yeah, Sapien Green read it correctly. I think the joke is they pretend to pay us and we pretend to work. Yep, that's a more accurate telling of the joke that Crowder was pointing at.
Contentious election, like it would be very close. It turned out not to be, and eventually it became clear that it wouldn't be. But it seemed like maybe this election would come down to one state, like Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, one of the three Rust Belt states. And my problem in 24 is that Trump was not promising an immigration moratorium. In fact, he was saying the opposite. He said that he would staple green cards to diplomas, which is a very famous policy. It's been around for decades, and Democrats and Republicans have said, we're going to give green cards to every foreign student. I said, that's a...
Yeah, see, Fatsimo says, play the whole video where they call her a whore for not covering up. I saw that on Twitter. We didn't watch that together, but I heard that. Yeah, and if you walk into any business or establishment and you call somebody a whore and then they trespass you or whatever, then, by the way, this is the way that trespass works, okay? You walk into a business, you call somebody a whore, that's a disruption. They're a private business. They don't have to serve you. They can tell you to fuck off. And then they can trespass after warning, which is effectively they notify you of trespass and they call law enforcement. So if she didn't call law enforcement, that's on the Cinnabon employee. She'd be like, hey, law enforcement's on the way. You can fuck off. You can get out of my store. That's what she should have said. And then that should have been it until law enforcement arrived. And then once law enforcement arrives, which unfortunately, this is like the anarcho tyranny of blue cities or whatever, is if it takes 45 minutes for law enforcement to arrive, then you're basically at the whims of the person who's terrorizing you for the next 30 to 40 minutes. So I have no idea. I hate you. I hate you, COD community. I hate you. Word should never lead to a charge. Okay, we'll get into that momentarily. So anyways, so at that point, it should be trespass after warning. Law enforcement should show up. They should trespass them from the premises. And if they come back, then they should be arrested for trespass after warning. Okay. That's the way that it should have gone down. However, like I said, if they say you're a whore, cover up, I would view that as fighting words. You call somebody a whore to their face. Why wouldn't they slap you or try to hit you? That's crazy. Hit him with fighting words or disorderly conduct. Why should words ever be policed? Okay. I'm sorry, COD community. You are too stupid to be a member of my community. Let us. Oh, damn. I hid them. I hid them. I didn't ban them. Mods, twist his balls. Hold on. Here we go. There we go. All right. I got a ban. All right. And then if that character, whoever that is, COD community, I think they were a squad wiper or whatever. If they come back and they're being a douche on the squad wiper PFP, just ban them. We don't need that guy. That guy is a huge douche canoe. So anyways, yeah. So the Somalis, if they did that, they should be hit with disorderly conduct, trespassing, fighting words, etc. And then if she pops off and starts saying the N-word and all that crazy stuff, then she should potentially get hit as well. But we'll, the cop should make a judgment call.
Disaster. That's terrible. And then the other thing is there was a rumor that he had a quid pro quo arrangement with Miriam Adelson that he would allow Israel to annex the West Bank and intervene in the war with Iran. And so those were kind of my two issues. As I said, if we elect Trump, we're going to get all these Chinese.
Yes, universal jail. True. UBJ. 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 UBJ.
Chinese and Indians. They're going to get green cards and we're going to get H-1Bs because that's what Silicon Valley wants. And we're going to get a war with Iran. And so I looked at it this way. I said, if the America Firsters rise up and sort of tell Trump.
Bud123 is absolutely correct. The whole chat is going to universal jail except for me since I work out consistently. It's true.
Here's the ultimatum. You can come out and say you're against the H-1Bs and the F-1 and green cards, and you could say you're not going to bring us to war in Iran, and we'll vote for you. But if you don't, we can't vote for you. And that was kind of the idea. It was like a contract with the Trump team. Now, ultimately, Trump became basically, his advantage grew to be so big that he wasn't worried about losing in one of those states. And I felt that way. I said, we don't have leverage anymore because he's leading by so much. It's clear he's going to win. And that's why we sort of abandoned it in the middle of it. But aside from, so that's where that came from.
Just to clarify, abandoned what?
Sabian Green says, I thought we established that you have no problems with Bonnie Blue banging 999 guys within 24 hours. Legally, okay? Morally, it's still abhorrent. But legally, the second she hits that 1,000th guy, boom. Incarceration. And or, what's the one where you put somebody in an insane asylum? Institutionalization. That we move from the gangbang 999 to 1,000 and boom, on the 1,000th guy, institutionalization.
Abandon that project, the Groyper War 2, because we were going to go to Michigan and we were literally going to knock on doors and hand out leaflets and stuff. And we said, you know what, let's just not anymore because he's going to win anyway. So we bought one billboard.
You were going to knock on the doors and tell people to vote for Trump, the Groypers in Michigan?
Yeah, no, to sign on to something like a pledge that would say, we will not vote for Trump unless. That was kind of the idea. And we sort of spun that up, but we abandoned it when it became clear that he would win.
Okay. And I understand that, by the way. I understand the idea of holding the representatives accountable. I mean, that's why we have primaries. But hopefully that's a part of your strategy because a lot of people just don't run in primaries and that's a viable option. But I do remember what caught me off guard, you saying that Kamala Harris was a better choice. And I remember part of what you said was because...
I'm going to let Nick defend this, and then we're going to move into the next segment. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Grassroots, for gifting 5. Thank you, Deus Halcyon, for gifting 1. Thank you, Grassroots, for the 10. Fell Runner for the 5, and Grassroots for the 10. Despite that other guy being a dirtbag, I actually do think we have a intelligent, funny chat. So I parasocially love you, and thank you for being here.
Trump, if he's elected, legitimizes the system. And that would be worse. You didn't want Trump to be elected because it would legitimize the system. Explain what you meant by that, because that sounds to me like you want to delegitimize and almost revolution instead of Trump.
Well, and here's the thing. I think that Trump is obviously the better president if you're just taking like all the nominal figures, like fewer illegal immigrants, he secured the border, the economy's going to be better, the government's going to be more efficient. Like, so, I mean, we're in agreement on that. Here's the problem. And I try to make people think about it in these terms. It's
sure.
And I don't want this to sound like a cop-out, but I'm trying to get people to think, which is that
right.
Trump gets elected, and let's think about what happens on day number 2. Whereas in 2020, everybody said the election is rigged. Like 86% of Republicans said, oh, the election was BS. Now,
it was close to half of Democrats too, I think.
Yeah, it was substantial. It was across the board. Now nobody believes that. And whereas at one time people believed like, oh, like the system really needs to be overthrown. Like we really need radical change. Now they're saying, oh, Trump won. Oh, I feel relieved. Now we're okay. And look at the things that Trump has done. And we're going to get in. I can tell we're going to get into some of these things. The Epstein files, bombing Iran. And I'm not gish galloping. I'm just giving a little list of things I don't like. The H-1B visas, the 600,000 Chinese students.
Yeah.
All these things happen. And because they're happening under Trump, he is legitimizing them, and he's legitimizing the moneyed interests that are responsible for them. And I do think that deflates a lot of the fervor for change that existed before. And I just think sometimes, is that necessarily better in the long term? I don't disagree that Trump is, there's a very big pragmatic benefit, but in the long term, I worry about that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's better in the long term. And okay. I agree with you completely on 600,000 Chinese students. I don't know if you saw, we did an entire hour on that. H-1Bs. I was throttled as a result from, well, I can't say Elon Musk directly, but
why can't I get to the?
I believe I perhaps called him a retard, whatever it was. I insulted him quite publicly, and for my troubles, made $27 in the course of a month on X. Ashley Sinclair made like 26 grand in 2 weeks. Who knew, right? That's kind of odd.
Money laundering. All right, real quick. I'm good on that. I think we can move into the next section, but I do want to address the disorderly conduct real quick, because Beef Supreme is saying that he can do whatever he wants with his speech in the great state of Ohio and never go to jail for inflammatory speech. So let's take a look at that. Disorderly conduct. No person shall recklessly cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm to another by doing any of the following: engaging in fighting, in threatening harms to personal property, or in violent or turbulent behavior. I think turbulent behavior is pretty broad. Making unreasonable noise or offensively coarse utterance, gesture, or display, or communicating unwarranted and grossly abusive language to any person. All right, so you're just wrong right there. Disorderly conduct A2. Insulting, taunting, or challenging another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. Dude, that's fighting words right there. A3. So, sorry, Beef Supreme. You're just wrong. Okay? So you can say that this is a unreasonable limit to the First Amendment, and you would challenge the constitutionality of it. But I'm just going to say already, you're just wrong. That Ohio statute. Wait, you missed the best part? What's the best part, Blade? I was actually going to answer your question here, Blade. Why do you morally have an issue with it? I'm asking because I don't know your ethical system. Because I'm not an unlimited liberal. Okay. I'm a Burkean conservatism, or a Burkean conservative. All right. Edmund Burke believes that you give deference to social institutions, and you give deference to, things that have pre-existed you, because within human institutions are hundreds or thousands of years of human wisdom. Okay. And then what Beef Supreme says, oh, well, no, I never said that, Connor. Somebody did. Maybe it was that other guy, but I confused you. I'm sorry I confused you with somebody else, but I thought Beef Supreme said that there was not any fighting word statute in Ohio. I thought that's what you said. Maybe somebody else said it. Anyways, Burkean conservatism. So I still think that the church, family, some level of like modified or moderated patriarchy, militarism, law enforcement, all these institutions have centuries or millennia of wisdom inside them. And so liberals try to maximize human freedom at their detriment. Now, some people believe that that is a straw man of liberalism. But I think that there are plenty of liberals who would prove you otherwise, like all of the people in my chat who advocate for people being able to endlessly do drugs or endlessly do sex without criminal consequences because they don't want to impose on the privileges of the individual. And that's what I would say. Talking to P.F. Young, I think he might be misusing the word a little bit, but he argued that post-liberal philosophy is rooted in the belief that maximizing human liberty is not in and of itself necessarily good for humanity. So I agree with that. Up to the best controversial confrontational view. Okay. Well, then we'll give it another 5 minutes, Blade.
Yeah, I agree with you on H-1Bs. I will tell you, worse than 600,000 Chinese students would be another 15 to 20 million illegals and changing the census rule, which is what we were looking at, where that redistricts the entire map. And there's no chance to any type of conservative, Republican, nationalist, populist being elected again. And I do think that there was a lot of progress made.
Sorry, you guys are saying it's the last third. Sorry, guys, we don't do the entire segments of the content. Okay, we do about 2 hours of reacting and breaking down, so I can make a VOD and then I clip it up. So I'm actually going to go full screen and engage with chat for a minute. And we could check out the Piers Morgan thing in a couple of minutes, or we could go into the Shoe on Head video. It's up to you. Or we could just do Shoe on Head video and see if it's good until Piers Morgan goes live, and then we could stream Snipe. I have to think though, if Piers Morgan does copyright strikes for VODs, I have to assume they strike stream snipers. So I don't know if it's worth it to try to do that. Died with a Presidential Medal of Freedom. Okay. Christian Blair says, what's the major disagreement between Crowder and Fuentes? Well, number one, I think Crowder is a civic nationalist. I don't think he's an ethno-nationalist. Number two, I think that he actually thinks that the liberalism, capital L liberalism of the founding fathers is based. Number three, I don't think that he's an authoritarian or apologizes for authoritarianism. So I think those would be the three main things. Scrolling. Blade says, I missed the best part, but somebody else said that it was the last third where they really got into a fight. Daniel says Piers Morgan would nick at 12. That's in 8 minutes. So maybe we'll go check that out, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good. Beef Supreme says abusive language, and go on and tell me more. Look harder into what that is. No. I'm going to use the lay interpretation of abusive because I feel like it. The best part is Nick and Crowder disagreeing on collation with Democrats, the Second Amendment, and the Constitution. Oh, wait. On coalitions with the Democrats, the Second Amendment, and the Constitution, as well as pure freedom is later on. Okay. I gotcha. Well, my bad, Blade. I didn't know it got better later. AK Badu Sai says, I might think that the piss Christ is the level I'd call it where the creator could feel some consequences. Okay. Christian Blair says, if you walk to someone and yell a slur and walk away, is a cop going to be able to simply arrest you? Probably not. They probably could. They probably won't, because it won't be enough of what, like, cops have to prioritize. That's the other thing too. You have to understand that within, like, I'm also looking at this from a pragmatic perspective of oftentimes the reason why people are not going to jail for disorderly conduct is not because they can't go to jail for disorderly conduct. It's because it's a very low level crime. Most cops have to prioritize burglary, battery, robbery, stabbing, shootings, all that kind of stuff. But that has no regard for whether or not something is illegal. I probably do illegal shit all the time. I probably engage in some level of disorderly conduct once a week. I probably engage in traffic violations every time I hit the road. But the thing about it is that has no bearing on whether or not it should be illegal and whether or not the state should be able to punish people. Blade says, then you have a paternalistic view where paternalism is the view that you know some things are better for some agent than they know themselves. Yes, absolutely. A.K.A. Batusai says, Connor is saying fighting words as a way to avoid needing cops to be present. No, I'm not. Fatsimo says, too bad. Sorry, should have said that earlier. It's all good. It's all good. Maybe we'll check it out if it pops off in the algorithm. Wildman 542 says, I mean, technically a different threat against the president with time, place, etc. would probably get you in trouble with the Secret Service at least. Yes. Morally Neutral says, who is going to be on Piers? I think Fuentes is going to be on Piers. It might be crazy. Beef Supreme says, it just seems Connor isn't making a distinction. Between what? Between what? If I say the word fighting words, And then fighting words is defined as things that when you utter are likely to cause a fight. And then I read I'm not even reading that far down in the Ohio State Statute 133.04, 2917.11. So insulting, taunting, or challenging another under circumstances in which it's likely to provoke a violent response. That's fighting words. That's fighting words. Do you guys understand what synonyms are? Synonyms are not things you eat. They're not cinnamon rolls. Synonyms are words that mean the same thing. So insulting, taunting, or challenging another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. You understand that insulting, taunting, or challenging another is an or statute. You don't need all three. You need one. And walking into a store and insulting someone and saying that they need to wear different clothes or else they're a whore could be considered insulting or taunting under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. That is absolutely something that if you walked in and you called me a slur, you might provoke a violent response. You can argue about whether or not it's moral. Moral has nothing to do with it because you can also charge somebody with a fray. So, like I said, both people can go to jail. One of my supervisors used to say this, is that he worked corrections for a few years. One of the fun things about jail is that it's for everybody. It's like Disney. Anybody can go to jail. So a fray, Florida criminal statute. Do you want me to keep it with Ohio for the sake of satisfying Beef Supreme's autism? A fray, Ohio statute. Let's see if they have an affray statute. Riot, aggravated riot. No, that's not it. This might be Florida. I could just do battery. Battery, Ohio state statute. Sexual battery. Ohio, sorry. So, Ohio 2903.13, the primary statute defining battery as knowing or causing or attempting to cause physical harm. So, boom. If somebody uses disorderly conduct in order to provoke a violent response, and then you are not moral enough to restrain yourself, and you hit them, they can go to jail for disorderly conduct. You can go to jail for battery. Everybody gets to go. Universal basic jail. All right. Christian Blair says, Connor will have to wait. I don't think those are live. Interesting. Conservatism says, someone clip, I'm going to use the lay definition because I feel like it and send it to Pisco. Nice. Beef Supreme says, okay, then don't. So now you're going to turn to a lay definition. Yeah. Aren't words fun? Connor would get arrested for all the slurs he uses. I would. AKA Batu Sai says, I like the Andy Griffith jail cell with the keys on the wall next to the cells. Yeah. Wow Man says, in a situation where a cop is driving down the road and sees 3 different burglaries of equal financial value, how do they decide what to prioritize? Whichever one is physically closest with the least amount of walking. Beef Supreme says, so you mean it's so low level, it's going to require something else to catch that charge? Yeah, probably. Like, you should know that you're breaking the law and possibly going to jail, but then, yeah, in that eventuality, you would probably have to do something else that would get a cop's attention to go to jail. What's the point of bringing up fighting words? I have no problems with it being illegal. I have no problems with it being illegal. That's my point. I don't know what other point you guys thought I was trying to make. My point with that guy, whoever that guy was, the squad wiper or whatever, that guy came in a chat and he was saying like, oh, you're an authoritarian or a fascist if you believe that anybody should go to jail ever for their words. And I was like, no, there's clearly times that you can go to jail for words, fighting words being one of them. Then somebody brought up the Cinnabon example and we went over who should be going to jail and why. And then I thought Beef Supreme and saying it wasn't him, but somebody said, oh, in my state, we don't have those laws. We don't have the fighting words laws. And then we looked up disorderly conduct in the state of Ohio, and we found fighting words as a substatute of disorderly conduct. So that's what happened for those of you who are lost. Quick show, though, before we move to the next content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Shout out to Grassroots Hegemon, Fell Runner, Deus Halcyon, and Grassroots again for either gifting memberships and or super chats. I parasocially love you and appreciate you for being here. Synonym roll sounds delicious. True. Let's go get some cinnamon rolls, guys. They're rolls that are very similar to cinnamon rolls, but are not quite the same thing. Christian Blair says, I have a 3,000 IQ chat. Also, Connor, do y'all know the difference between synonyms and cinnamon? Oh my God, my chat. I do love my chat. Beef Supreme says, no one is going to get arrested for that, Connor. It would require something else. As you have been a cop, you know it's only a charge used to escape charges. What are you talking about? I just read you the statute. You know you can go to jail for what I just read to you, okay? It's Section 1A of disorderly conduct. So if a cop was bored, go up to a cop who's bored, who's twiddling his thumbs at 1 a.m., find a crowd of black people and yell the N-word at them and see if you go to jail, okay? Let me know how it works out. Whereman 542 says, I love starting the day with some synonym spice lattes. I don't know what you're disagreeing with. Yes, Ohio. No, battery is physical. Yes, I know. Physical harm. Words are not physical harm. We've already went over this with the disorderly conduct charge. Do I have to read it again, or do you understand what words means? That's not what it's saying, Connor. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do I have to copy it and post it in chat, Beef Supreme? You obstinate, Pisco-loving liberal F guy. Sorry, that was a little spicy. Yeah, dude. For the third time, I'll pull up disorderly conduct Ohio statute, and I'll just post the verbiage for you because you seem to be ignoring the words. So 133.04, 2917.11. No person shall recklessly cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm to another person by doing any of the following, meaning that any of the following can apply. Insulting, taunting, or challenging another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. That's definitionally fighting words. So you either don't understand what words mean, or you're the littlest brother in your chat. Do a drawing. No, fuck you. Yeah, actually, that's what we should ask. We shouldn't even bother asking Beef Supreme anything else. We should just ask if Beef Supreme likes Pisco. And if he's like, yes, then the argument's over. No, I just posted the statute. Tell me how I'm wrong. I'm not going to ban you because we've been friends for a long time, but you can't just say, no, you're wrong. Christian Blair says, for instance, in Cali, there's no aggravated battery charge. Anything beyond simple battery is assault with a deadly weapon, even if you use your hands. Yeah, that is interesting that some states classify assault as words and battery as physical touch. That's actually how Florida does. Whereas because I've watched a lot of cop TV shows, I've seen people use assault in order to describe battery, and it does get confusing. But I will tell you that in the state of Florida, battery is hitting, assault is words. Because we don't have fighting words laws, it is disorderly conduct in 100... You don't know what synonyms are. Beef Supreme, you don't know what synonyms are, or you have autism. Fighting words, definition. Words that indicate a willingness to fight or challenge someone that is likely to cause a confrontation. Insulting, taunting, or challenging another person under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. You know, violent response is a synonym for fight, right? You know that insulting, taunting, or challenging another are words that indicate a willingness to fight or challenge someone that is likely to cause a confrontation. Right? You understand these words are synonyms. Okay? There's another merchandise idea right there. Synonym rolls. I'm gonna write that down somewhere. The Point and Piss t-shirt. It's going underneath the Point and Piss t-shirt. Synonym rolls. And I'll decide whether or not I want to put Beef Supreme cinnamon rolls on the t-shirt. Connor getting more heated than Bonnie Blue. Dude, they're synonyms. It's synonyms. What do you want from me? In Louisiana during Mardi Gras, you can be ticketed for molesting a hot dog. See? Do a drawing. No. What if I go about getting a placard Die Hard 2 style? Yeah, dude, I think you can go to jail for that. I think you can go to jail for going into the black neighborhood and pacing black. Beef Supreme, no, it's not. Okay, you don't know what synonyms are. Cinnamon rolls. All right. Anyways. Let us... Yeah. Fatsimo, yeah, Beef Supreme needs to answer the most important question before we move on, and we'll take a look and see if Piers Morgan is on. The Beef Supreme, do you love Pisco? Yes or no? Okay, no. I'm scrolling. Beef Supreme, do you love Pisco? No, not necessarily. I don't know. That sounds like cope. Oh, all right. Okay. So what do you guys want to do? I'm down for hating on Shoe on Head. You know what happened with the Shoe on Head VOD? I think it just got like 1,000 views. It wasn't anything crazy. But if I break 1,000 because I have less than 10,000 subs, for me, a healthy channel, it needs to break 10% of viewership or 10% of subs, right? So I want everything to get 5,000, 10,000 views, obviously. Like I want a healthier VOD community, but realistically, I think that I talk to you guys too much, and the VOD viewers don't like that because I engage with my chat too much. So they're just not as passionate about my VODs as when I ignore the chat and just do whatever I want to do, right? But I love you guys, and you guys have financially supported the shit out of me. So I want to make sure that I continue to engage with chat aggressively. So my follow-up question is, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do, I could do Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head would be a decent VOD video. We could do the Piers Morgan thing. If Piers Morgan is going, I know you said it's not live, but it is 12:06, so we could do Nick. Oh, it is live. Ah, shit, we got to do this. We got to stream snipe. Stream sniping.
Ross's, I mean, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son, David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda.
Let me know if we get copyright takedown, and then what I'll do is I'll run it in the background while I draw drawings. I'll probably draw drawings right now, matter of fact. But the truth is that, like, it's hot, it's now, I want to watch it.
Propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time, I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following, and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's.
Dude, I'm just going to say it right now. The "it's just jokes" defense to me is bullshit. We've had conversations with Nick Fuentes, like I said, a couple of years ago. I think somebody posted it in chat. They were a moderator, so they were able to post the link. But effectively, at least as of several years ago, Nick Fuentes wanted a Christian imperium. Now, he's not going to be able to do that, I don't think, in his lifetime. I don't think that he's going to be able to do that. But he can vouch for the ideology to the point that it becomes popularized, where people clamor for a king or a dictator. And you guys saw that. I don't know if you saw that, but Laura Loomer and Kevin Sorbo, who are two Trump D-riders like there's no business, they were like, oh, well, you know, the courts overruled Trump in this thing, so therefore we actually do want a king. A king doesn't sound so bad. And the good news is, at least for now on the right wing, Kevin Sorbo and Laura Loomer got dogpiled and called un-American pieces of garbage. But the fact that the veil is so thin between Trump cultists and Loomer and Kevin Sorbo's position should be scary to you. It's scary to me. And so we have to fight that tooth and nail as much as possible. So once again, Nick Fuentes saying it's just jokes doesn't work for me.
Advocate, we play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one, and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago.
Oh God, I hate that. I'm gonna skip the autobiography thing. Well, maybe I'll stay it because they might be asking about childhood stuff. But okay, Nick Fuentes himself does not want political power because he knows that he's radioactive to mainstream politics. What he does want is he wants people to watch his show, for them to enjoy his jokes, for them to buy into his ideology, and then for them to sneak into organizations like TPUSA, Daily Wire, and conservative politics, and the Republican Party, and for them to advocate for his ideology and his worldview. So asking him on an individual basis, does he want to be the best, does he want to be the next Hitler? No, he wants to be the propagandist that inspires the next great American dictator.
Tell me about your early years.
Early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother...
Grassroots for 5. Thank you for the donation, King. Fuentes hates Peter Thiel because he ain't him. Yeah, dude. Fuentes with a few $1 billion would absolutely back a dark horse, Trojan horse, vice president or congressman in order to try to implement his agenda over time. 100%. So once again, I feel like the whole I don't want political power thing, maybe not on an individual basis, but he obviously wants political power. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. I found a new button that I can click on.
Quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years in Chicago.
Somebody says that Nick has a twin sister who until recently was not a groyper. She now appears to be a groyper, says Kay. Somebody needs to take one for the team and date Nick's sister. Okay. Somebody needs to, Destiny, we need you for one final mission. Destiny, we need you for one final goon mission. No, I got out of the game. I'm never going back. I paid my dues. I paid my price. I'm never coming back. No, Destiny, we need you for one more goon mission. Nice. Sorry, like, I know this might not be, you guys might not be enjoying it as much as I am, but I am imagining like the Rambo scene, you know, where like Rambo is, you know, he's like chopping firewood in the woods of Montana, or he's like in Cambodia on a riverboat, or he's in, you know, Vietnam, like, you know, fighting cobras with his bare hands or whatever. But it's Destiny. It's Destiny in retirement. And he's like playing League of Legends. He's playing League of Legends in like a dark, you know, Miami condominium. And somebody kicks in the door and they're like, Destiny, we need you for one more minute. I'll let it go, but I hope I've painted a vivid enough picture. Oh, God.
But we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University. And I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America.
Guys, this is where you need to see the overlap, okay? Because there's different degrees of religious bigotry and racism, and I'm not even moral frogging. There's different level. I'm being descriptive. There are different levels of racism and bigotry between different groups. But the things that unite them under the Trump movement, in my opinion, is national conservatism. And like I've said before, whenever you hear the word nation, replace it with the word people. Okay. So Steven Crowder, despite being Canadian, is an American civic nationalist, in my opinion, based off of what he said in the earlier interview. He thinks that the American founding fathers had it correct, that freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, freedom of religion are correct, and that ultimately what makes America good is that you can be a plurality of Christian or a plurality of people and still fall under the American umbrella. And so I think, I don't want to put too many words in his mouth, but I think that Steven Crowder, because he's a normie, he would concede to the possibility of a Muslim American nationalist who takes their faith seriously, but also takes the United States of America seriously. And so he would have a broader definition of who the people are within the United States, right? But when it comes to Nick Fuentes being a Christian nationalist, in my opinion, I think he would go back to the statement in the Declaration of Independence or original documents where they would say, for us and for our posterity. And then he would point to the quote from one of the founding fathers that says, the Constitution is for a moral people, and you cannot have a moral people without God or Jesus Christ or Christianity. He would probably point to that. And then he would also point to some of the states having laws where they enshrined that you had to be Christian in order to hold political office within the United States. And he would argue that not only are those things constitutional, they're in line with the vision of the founding fathers. Therefore, we have to bully secularists, atheists, trans people, gays, all the degenerates, all the liberal and progressive degenerates. We have to bully them out of cultural power. And then also we have to reinstantiate laws that allow the government to select exclusively for Christians. We have to dispossess Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs out of political power because this is a Christian nation. And then the government should be ruled, maybe with the Constitution, maybe without the Constitution, but it needs to be ruled in the Christian nation's interest. It needs to be Christendom. And so I would view that as an infinitely more extreme political proposition than Steven Crowder. And I want to make that clear because I think that Nick might not be obfuscating, meaning that he's using vague words in order to convey multiple definitions. But I think he might not be doing that intentionally. But I think that is the effect of the rhetoric that he just used.
So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was 4th generation and my father was 3rd generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So,
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador. And it's so many with no break for assimilation. And they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always.
Okay. So I'm just going to show y'all Google Maps real quick because this is frustrating to me. And then I'm also going to continue to bully Beef Supreme because I feel like it. But South America maps. Okay. Let's go here real quick. This is what frustrates me about Nick's perspective. And I still haven't heard a good rebuttal to this line of argumentation. So when you're talking about South America, there's half a dozen major states. You got Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile. You have Guyana, Suriname, French Guiana, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador. And then same thing with Central America, Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. And there's two languages that are spoken in South America, although there's probably many more, but the two major languages are Portuguese and Spanish. And so when you look at Europe, what happened was the people from Portugal and Spain, through colonial happenstance, they went to the Caribbean first, and then they started exploring Central and South America and colonizing it. And the cultural product in Central and South America is the indigenous people, because the Spanish engaged in, let's call it, involuntary sexual activity with Native Americans. And then they also imported black folk from West Africa in order to work these lands. And so we have a large population of slaves in Brazil. We have a large population of slaves in the Caribbean. And so this cultural byproduct is that of Spanish people, not Puerto Ricans, although Puerto Ricans is funny enough to bring up, Spanish people and Portugal, right? Now, there is a difference in Europeans, right? Which is there are Mediterranean Europeans, those who live along the coast, and there are Northern Europeans, which are, arguably the French are a blend of Mediterranean and Northern European, but there's Northern European, Germans, Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, English, Welsh, Irish, there's Saxons, there's Anglos, there's Normans, there's all sorts of different ethno-religious heritage in Northern Europe that could be defined culturally different from Mediterranean Europeans, but they're still both European. And also, the Spanish did still have impact in the United States through Florida and also through the southwestern United States, which they ruled up until the United States took it in the Mexican-American War. And so we have Quebec, which is a French territory. We had Louisiana, which was a French territory. We had the 13 colonies, which was an Anglo project. We have Canada, which is an Anglo project. And then we had a whole host of, no offense, because I consider myself a member of this, we had Euro trash coming into this country, right? I am a part of the Irish Euro trash that came into this country and settled in Boston. My great grandparents are a combination of Irish, and then also I think we have Pennsylvania Dutch, which are Germans, but they said that they were like on the border with the Czech Republic. Where's Czechoslovakia? So my other great grandparents, my other great grandparents were Germans who were maybe Czech as well. So they were also Euro trash, and they came in here. So my question is why are these things incompatible? Why is a European colonial society from Spain and Portugal, that's down here and in here, why is that incompatible with a European colonial society that comes from up here? What about being Christian? What about being Catholic? What about speaking Spanish versus English? What about having Native American ancestry? What about having Black ancestry makes you incompatible with the propositional American project? And I don't really get a good answer. What I think ends up happening is they kind of just allude to this vague incompatibility of Hispanics because they're, I don't know, swarthy. They're brown skin. They speak Spanish. They got Latinas with thick booties. I don't know, but they appeal to this vague incompatibility, but it's not even a good argument. Whereas if you were using cultural incompatibility from China I would have arguments about why you're wrong, but I would understand it. They're like Shinto, or they're Buddhist, or they're atheist, and they were raised in a communist society. There's arguments why a Chinese person might not want to integrate into American society, but they would just want to take advantage of it economically. Or people from the Middle East and North Africa who are Islamist, where they want to become Muslim theocrats. They're just biding their time until they can populate the United States large enough that they can convert it into a Muslim theocracy, which will probably never happen. But at the same time, like, you could argue that an Islamist or a Chinese communist is culturally incompatible with the American project. Anyways, I just bring up all of that like geopolitical, geographic history because I find Nick's argumentation unconvincing. Grassroots for $20. Thank you, King. Nick shouldn't be ashamed to be Mexican. Like, I'm not ashamed to be Puerto Rican. I'm not Puerto Rican enough to get the pass, but I'm Puerto Rican enough that I stole my jet ski's spinning rims off of Doobie's jet ski. I'll like that. Thank you, King. Quick show. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I
them.
said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not.
Bruh. The pearl clutching. The pearl clutching. It's a new low to read my quote back to me. It's a new low to read my quote back to me because my father isn't here to defend himself, even though it's an anecdote that I told about my father. And I'm asking you a question about how you became the way that you became. Bruh. Sorry. I'm with Piers on this one. I cannot believe that he's pearl clutching over that. Why can't he be like, yeah, you know what? I love my father. I think he's a great man. I think he's done X, Y, Z, ABC. Totally correct. He has some views that might be abrasive to society at large. But or you could be like, oh man, I was exaggerating how racist my dad was because I didn't want my audience to think he was a lib cuck. You have many options here. You can defend if your dad is a liberal or has become more liberal over time. You can say, well, he used to be like giga conservative and kind of racist, but he's more liberal now. Or you could say, yeah, my dad's a giga chad and he's not a soy cuck loser who cares about racial dynamics. And he's hostile to members of other races. Wow. I'm not going to lie. Piers with the uppercut, that was impressive, actually.
Not an ambush,
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago.
I'm not racist. My parents taught black self-defense classes. Yo, this is based. This is so based, dude. I'm gonna start using that one. I'm not racist. I taught black self-defense classes. Perfect. Perfect out, Nick. That was awesome.
My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family, being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, in the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people.
That doesn't mean they're not racist.
And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very
they're not racist. Proceeds to explain racism, which, by the way, I don't care. I don't care. I do not moral frog about racism where I'm like, oh, you're a racist. We never have to listen to you ever again. That's not how I converse. That's not how I think. That's not how I want my audience to think. But I do think it's mad funny that he's like, my parents aren't racist. They taught a black self-defense class. And also their racism is rooted in the fact that they have lots of experience with young black people who did not behave the same way that older, more respectful black people behaved. Listen, man, just say like, hey, we're all a little racist. It is what it is. Now I understand Piers Morgan is like a huge platform. So I understand like why he's uncomfortable. But dude, hats off to Piers Morgan. I actually think he's like, it's not an ambush. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit of an ambush. It's a little bit of an ambush. It's a great ambush, though.
Respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event, and they light up the trees, and there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability.
I'm not racist. Explains why I'm racist. It's so based. This is so based. But once again, I'm gonna challenge Beef Supreme, okay, real quick, all right, because we've been fighting about this. Beef Supreme's synonym rolls. Okay, you're not gonna be able to get me off of this, all right? No person shall recklessly cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm to another person by doing any of the following. And the subsection is insulting, taunting, or challenging another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. Now, I have the definition set up here. Fighting words definition: words that indicate a willingness to fight or challenge someone, or that are likely to cause a confrontation. So words that indicate, or words that are likely to cause a confrontation. Okay, so that's the definition of fighting words. Insult: speak or to treat with disrespect or scornful abuse. Taunt: provoke or challenge someone with insulting remarks. Remarks, say something as a comment or a mention. Confrontation, a hostile or argumentative meeting or situation between opposing parties, okay? So this is the definition of disorderly conduct, subsection A3, with synonyms put in. Yeah, a squad wiper says unblocked. Behave yourself or I'll block you. Okay. Insulting, which is speaking disrespectfully. Taunting, provoke or challenge someone with insults. Or challenging, which I didn't define. Another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. Confrontation, a hostile or argumentative meeting or situation between opposing parties. So number one, because I think what's his face is back. Squad Wiper was saying that maybe he can argue it's unconstitutional, but he's saying that you cannot be incarcerated for words. That's incorrect. Here's the Ohio state statute. Okay. Beef Supreme says, if that's a crime, Connor, how come you're not in trouble for your stream language? Because you haven't reported me to law enforcement. Also, we're not in each other's physical presence. Also, I'm not, like, I'm in public in that I'm on the internet on a public stream. I'm not in public in that I am, in public in a way in which I can start a fight. I can't cause disorderly conduct within the curtilage of my own home. So anyways, generally you cannot be incarcerated for words alone. Dude, these are words. I'm showing you synonyms. An insult is speak or treat with disrespect or scornful abuse. Speak being an operative word. That's words. Well, there you go. Valor Media says, lol, not what I said. I spent like 6 months in jail for accusations about my speech. Well, then there you go. Also, a squad wiper, if you're so annoying that you get suspended and banned within like 2 hours of being in my chat, and you spent 6 months in jail for talking shit, why wouldn't you assume that you're the problem, right? If you wake up and you bump into one asshole, well, there's an asshole. If you bump in and you bump it, or if you wake up and you bump into two assholes, well, maybe it's a tough day. If you wake up and you bump into a bunch of assholes, you're the asshole. So I'm just telling you, you should probably reevaluate your life. So anyways, I don't need to. Yeah. Anyways, I don't need to illustrate this further, but the point is that my 2 points are thus. Number one, you can go to jail or prison for speech. Okay. Number two, fighting words is a substatute of the disorderly conduct statute in the state of Ohio. And most states will have a fighting words or disorderly conduct statute that can get you in jail or prison just for words. That's it. All right. Let us go back to Piers Morgan. I do think it's mad funny that Piers Morgan pressed Nick Fuentes about his family. And I'm kind of happy he did it because it opened up this entire really interesting line of questioning. Because I've wondered this, by the way. I've wondered about how Nick Fuentes became Nick Fuentes. Every supervillain has an origin story. So the villain origin story of Nick Fuentes being that his dad didn't want to take him to Applebee's because there was too many black people in the kitchen crew, that actually makes a lot of sense.
We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed.
Beef Supreme says, you really haven't illustrated anything besides what the text of the law says, not how it's used or applied. All right, buddy. Beef Supreme. Yeah, me, law enforcement officer for 4 years, absolutely seen people, when in doubt, resisting without. I've seen people absolutely get hacked with a disorderly conduct arrest that then turned into resisting without and then going to jail for it. Of course, similar to Squad Wiper, though. Squad Wiper says that those cases oftentimes get dropped. Yeah, they oftentimes get dropped because the cops don't do good documentation of the incident in line with the statute. They're just doing that. They're effectively charging you with contempt of cop. So it's surprising to me that Squad Wiper says that he spent 6 months in jail. I'm assuming you didn't have enough to pay for bond, because resisting without violence and also disorderly conduct are both misdemeanors. So I don't know how you spent so much time in jail. Beef Supreme says, I just don't know why you can't concede the facts of the matter. Because you're wrong, Beef. You're wrong. Insulting, taunting, or challenging another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. This is a statute in your state. Insulting involves words. Taunting involves words. Challenging involves words. Definitionally. Right here. You can read the definitions for yourself. I cannot make this easier for you. Insulting, speaking disrespectfully. Taunting, provoking or challenging someone with insults. Or challenging another under circumstances in which that conduct is likely to provoke a violent response. Violent response is a synonym for confrontation. Confrontation, a hostile or argumentative meeting or situation between opposing parties. I have baked you a beautiful synonym roll. Okay? Yeah, yes, I do, Beef Supreme. Okay, then do you have examples of someone being sent to jail for speech? All the time. People get sent to jail all the time for assault. Assault is a speech-based offense. I'm sorry to the VOD viewers for going down a roll, but fucking Beef Supreme has little brother syndrome. I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna get done. Assault Florida state statute. So, assault. An assault is an intentional, unlawful threat by word or act to do violence to another person, coupled with apparent ability to do so, and doing some act in which it creates a well-founded fear in such another person that violence is imminent. Yeah, dude. I had a domestic violence where a boyfriend said that he was going to beat the shit out of his girlfriend, and those were just words. And I took him to jail for assault. Beef Supreme says, I just know I'm right. No, I've actually shown you 2 examples of where you can go to jail for speech. And that's the enshrined law of the state.
Just some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitude.
But Simo says, quit looking at the statutes and look at people actually convicted. I took a person to jail for assault. Threats or assaults isn't hate. Yeah, he said words. Christian Valeris, assault is words. All right. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Beef Supreme says, Connor, stop with this dense bullshit. No, you guys are saying you cannot go to jail for words. Threatening somebody is words. If I say, I'm going to beat your ass, I have not engaged in physical violence with you. I haven't punched you. I haven't karate chopped you. I haven't kicked you. I haven't elbow slammed you. I said, I'm going to beat your ass. That is assault. In the context of you have the immediate and apparent ability to do it. Yes, I've taken somebody to jail for that. I think they pled out with the state's attorney's office because we had video. Anyways, I'm right. You're wrong. Suck a bean.
Attitudes these days. And so, you know, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody.
Thank you, Real Serious. Real Serious gets it. It's not assault. It's sodium chloride, dumbass. That's how I feel right now.
In Chicago, tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before.
You got
in America.
A knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. Mm-hmm. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with Black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay. So when you told
no.
Piers, I know that you have clip after clip after clip after clip of me talking about resegregating America and me believing that there is something inherent and biological in reference to black criminality. However, I am not racist. My best friend in first grade was black, and my parents taught black self-defense classes. There's absolutely no way that we're racist. Awesome.
Story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Bell Runner for 10 says, peace be upon the grill community. Grill Shallah, indeed, King. Thank you very much. Want to shout out the MVPs this stream. Thank you, Fell Runner. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Grassroots again. Thank you, Grassroots again. Thank you, Fell Runner. And thank you, Deus Halcyon and Grassroots again. Thank Grassroots and Deus Halcyon particularly for the gifted memberships. And thank you, everybody else, for the super chats. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Parasocial love. Let's go.
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is this sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't.
Bro, the villain origin story. Let's go.
Literally reading out.
Because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on. Can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists.
My parents would not tolerate me. Sorry for yawning. My parents would not tolerate me saying on the internet what Nick Fuentes says. If I said what Nick Fuentes said on the internet, number one, you might see grandma points show up, grab me by the ear, drag me into a bathroom, and wash my mouth out with soap. That's like the first thing that you might see. The second thing that you might see is if I continued with this behavior, they would actually disown me. Any social media they had, any public presence they had, if anybody communicated with them ever that I was communicating, let's call it Holocaust revisionism about numbers. Let's call it Holocaust skepticism. Let's call it sanitization of Hitler or sanitization of Joseph Stalin or the vilification of America or just like racist antipathy towards like blacks and Jews. My parents would absolutely disown the fuck out of me if this happened. And the fact that Nick Fuentes' family hasn't disowned him and his sister has arguably become a part of the political movement, that actually makes me suspect exactly what Piers Morgan is implying, is that he learned some of this from his parents. Now, maybe his parents aren't as hostile to Jews or aren't as hostile to black people or aren't as hostile to whatever, but they would probably just say that they're like, they're not racist, they're race realist, right? Like they don't hate black people. They just expect black people to, engage with society poorly. I'm assuming that's how they, that's how they did it. Yeah, his sister. Yeah, he's got a sister.
And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people come, well, you're
yeah, and by the way, right here, Beef Supreme, I'm scrolling through it. Generally, you cannot be incarcerated for words alone. You know this. Threats are words, so you're just wrong. Squad Wiper says, lol, not what I said at all. I spent 100 days in jails for accusation of speech. Okay, well, then already know. You already know.
A boomer, I guess, too, in a way, 60. Right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything.
It's jokes, except for when it's not. And the one time I have what could be a joke, I'm gonna embrace it. Thank you, Piers, for the content. Thank you, Piers. All hail Piers Morgan. All hail Piers Morgan for the content. Oh my God.
Thing I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
This is beautiful. Okay. So if Nick was sane, all right, if Nick was sane, what he would say is, well, we obviously have a criminality problem within the black community. And, I think it's at least partially cultural. And, I'm sure 95, 99% of black folk are decent, hardworking, working class people. But there's some people, because he's watched Counterpoints, he's watched my show. There's a subset within the black community who views crime as another vocation. They raise their children to think that burglarizing and dealing drugs in their teenage years is their job. And that as they grow up, especially in the later teenage years, that is oftentimes the demographic that's participating most in violence. So I do want to see a maximal state effort in order to try to break the cycle of poverty and crime. However, I also do think that some people can't be rehabilitated and they need to be incarcerated. Now, that would be the sane answer. Okay, that would be the sane answer. Why do I have a feeling that he's going to go for universal basic jail, like Grassroots Hegemon, but exclusively for black people? Let's see, because he could have embraced the statement, and then he might walk it back a little bit in his rebuttal. But I do want to see how he plays this, because this is going to be really, really, really interesting.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers, I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe
okay, but that's not for the most part, is it? That's not for the most part, is it? That's an extremely hyperbolic statement compared to 1 in 20. 1 in 20 is 5%. Okay.
Say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking.
There you go. All right. He walked it back. He had the opportunity to say it was a joke, and actually 5%, the people who commit a disproportionate amount of homicides, are the people who deserve to be incarcerated. That's interesting. Wow. Walked it back like a motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. Jonah Boy, exactly. Some, I assume, are good people. Damn. How is Piers owning this guy so hard? This is awesome.
Talking about black people who murder people.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's funny, or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield.
PTC says there's a subset of all people who see crime as a career. This is dumb. Okay. Do you agree with me that those people should be incarcerated? Because I mean, that's what I'm saying. So regardless of black, white, Hispanic, working class, middle class, upper class, or whatever, if there's a subset of any community that views criminality as a vocation, we should probably have programs when, as they're growing up, there should be off ramps where they don't have to pursue crime as a vocation. But if they engage in crime as a vocation, should they be incarcerated? My answer is 100% yes. 100%.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again.
John Kaplan says, I'm confused. Why weren't the asshole funeral protesters arrested for fighting words? I think they were. I think they were. Westboro, and then it got tested. I think it got appealed. Westboro Baptist Church arrests. Veteran accused of stalking Westboro Baptist Church. Protester arrested for letting son stomp on the flag. Facts and summary, Snyder versus Phelps. This could be a civil case. Fred Phelps and his followers at the Westboro Baptist Church believe that God punishes the United States for its tolerance of homosexuality, particularly within the military. To demonstrate their belief, Phelps and his followers have picketed military funerals. Albert Snyder's son, Lance Corporal Matthew Snyder, was killed in line of duty in Iraq in 2006. Westboro picketed Matthew Snyder's funeral, displaying signs of state. For instance, God hates the USA. Thank God for 9/11. Thank God for dead soldiers, and don't pray for the USA. The church notified local authorities in advance that they intended to picket the funeral, staged the picket on public land adjacent to a public street, and complied with all police instructions. Church members also sang hymns and recited Bible verses. Although Albert Snyder could see the tops of the picket signs on the day of the funeral, he could not read what was written on them, and it was not until he saw a news story about the funeral and the picketing he became aware of the church's message. Snyder sued Phelps and the church, claiming, among other things, that their actions caused him severe emotional distress. In defense, Phelps argued that his speech, the picketing and signs, was protected under the First Amendment. So, I mean, you could find out maybe it got dismissed for the First Amendment, but these are reasonable, in my opinion. So they had extremely inflammatory signs that, if seen by the family, would result in a fistfight. However, what they did is they did not go to the funeral itself. They were a reasonable distance away. They notified law enforcement of their location beforehand. And it wasn't until even after the fact that the alleged victims in this case became aware of it. So I think that actually points to a strong case for them trying to comply with the law while engaging in extremely hyperbolic speech. So if this was left up to me, I would dismiss this case. Now, here's the thing though. If they walked up to the funeral procession, let's say that the funeral home or the cemetery, let's say the cemetery was open to the public, and they brought those signs to the funeral, yeah, you better believe they're going to get charged with disorderly conduct. Maybe the state attorney dismisses it, but I would 100% throw bracelets on somebody who brings a sign that says "Thank God for 9/11" and what's the other one? "Thank God for dead soldiers." Yeah, don't pray for the USA. If they showed up with this to a funeral, 100% they're getting charged with disorderly. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Because going over there is a form of harassment, and it's still speech. It's still their freedom of conscience, but their freedom. Beef Supreme says, "Wow, Connor doesn't believe in freedom of speech." No, I do. I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. And by the way, they engaged in that. They stayed on public land. They notified law enforcement. They stayed a respectful distance away. Suck a dick. I also believe in the assault definition, where if you threaten somebody with violence and you are capable of delivering that violence, then you could be charged with assault. 100%. Beef Supreme says, no, you clearly just said you don't. Okay, Beef Supreme, you don't believe in freedom of the Second Amendment because I have autism.
The percentage of black.
Connor says the point is that they're not being charged because of the words they are speaking, but the manner in which they use those words. Okay, I think that they should be free to say those things but not in the presence of other people. It's still words. All you're saying is that it's not the words themselves that is banned, which I agree with. I don't think you should ban any kind of words. I do think that you should ban lolicon. I do think that you should ban child pornography. But yeah. Anyways, that was Beef's main point. What was Beef's main point? Beef's main point is that speech with context can lead to incarceration. That's what. Why would I disagree with that statement? Why did you think I disagreed with that statement? What are you talking about? It's still speech. All right. Anyways, you guys have fun. I'm going to continue the content.
Men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
Sorry, I must thank the super chatters. Fell Runner with a 10. Peace be unto the grill community. Girl shall lie. I think I read that one. Real serious for 100 ARS. Thank you, King. When Fuentes says 1 in 20 black people should be in jail, and then laughs when Piers Morgan tries to clarify, it's because he literally thinks a percentage of black people should be incarcerated no matter what they did. Yes. I'm real serious. Even if he would argue, no, only the criminals, that's obviously the implication of his hyperbolic speech. So he can't get ass mad that people take him for his words.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up to date.
What? I'm sorry. I'm going to move on the content, I promise. But what? I'm just going to move on. How about that? That's easier.
Date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people. And people
per capita. Tell them about per capita.
People vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody, the difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
Well,
let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain.
No! Get wrecked by your own words. Listen, Piers, I think, is a drama-mongering, Brit Bong, clout shark, narcissist who sweeps for his friends and attacks his enemies on levels that are so obviously grossly hypocritical to anyone on the outside that it's clear that oftentimes what he's doing is clout brain, not, you know, anything else. Like any principles that Piers Morgan has had over the years have been totally overruled by clout brain. However, I think it also stands to reason that Piers Morgan has actually set up a decent ambush for Nick Fuentes, where, like Steven Crowder, like the other people, they could have just come on and been like, oh, do you hate Jews? And then Nick could have been like, no. And then I've been like, oh, okay, moving to the next segment. Instead, what he did is he got an exact quote from Nick Fuentes about his own father and his own upbringing and race realism in his household. He pressed him on whether or not his perspectives were informed by his family. He's pressed him on, you know, at least 2 clips that are horrific. And Nick has said, like, the most, like, no offense, like, he kind of jumped on a rake, in my opinion. Now, I think the jumping on the rake is going to play well to his base. Him laughing about, you know, saying that most blacks need to be incarcerated or whatever, and then we would live in paradise. And then him just being like, yeah, what of it? Like, I think that's going to play to the Groyper base. But I think anything outside of the Groyper base is going to be like, wow, this dude sucks. Right? So, yeah, I know. Nobody, Mr. 2146. What a timeline that Pierce is right. Dude, Pierce's clout shark hunger brain made him do a better rhetorical takedown of Nick Fuentes than anybody else I've seen. Today, we were watching the Steven Crowder Nick Fuentes interview. And by the way, it was good. It was like surprisingly good in a lot of ways. But it was like charitable and earnest, in my opinion. There was a little bit of pressing, but the pressing made sense. This is actually forcing Nick to look at the worst things that he said, which I think is brilliant. I think it's brilliant. Jonah says, isn't 1350 stat flawed in that the 50 is actually arrests? If you look at how many go to get convicted in the sentence, that 50 only goes down to 1350 goes way down. Sure, but convictions are way more difficult than arrests. And also, I think it's also for 1350, I also just think it's like homicides. Like they studied like intra-racial homicide, and like every single race, 90% of their own race is what kills them. So for white people kill white people, black people kill black people, Asians kill Asians for the most part. There's still 10 or 20% that's like intra-racial, where it's between black and white or white on black or Asian on black or black on Asian or whatever. The point is that when it comes to homicides, half of homicide victims are black men, and 90% of the people who commit those homicides are black. That's the argument, is that if we got the black population of the United States down to the homicide levels of the whites or the Asians, then we effectively would have a homicide rate almost on par with Europe. We would actually have like a 2 per 100,000. So, and that would be great. I would love to have a society. So you know what I want to do? I want to fix systemic racism. That way everybody can say racial slurs without any guilt. And then I want to incarcerate the bad guys. And that's it. Let's fix systemic racism, okay? That way we can all say the naughty words.
On your show, I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair.
True.
That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out
You know
there.
what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well, then do you accept that you shouldn't talk? Okay, listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay.
Terrence Stepney says, just say y'all don't like us black people for clear reasons. Jesus, this is America. You can be racist. No, I like black folk just fine. Like I said, 98% of black folk are perfectly decent, hardworking people. We drew this earlier, by the way. I'll pull it up. This is my metric for whether or not I can call you a part of the American project. All right. Number one, you have to agree with me about disorderly conduct. Number two, this is what I care about. If you can subscribe to freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, pay your bills, pay your taxes, leave everybody else alone, and as a result, Real Serious says, Connor, you need to keep up with chat. He's referring to Fuentes, not you. Okay, yeah, I think Fuentes does have antipathy towards black folk. Beef Supreme says, no one agrees with you on disorderly conduct. Beef Supreme, you're going to have to make a statement, okay? Right to self-defense up to and including against a tyrannical government, due process and equality before the law, prohibitions against cruel and unusual punishment. Okay? Because my statement, as far as I see it, let's do it. Let's do it. I have multiple times and you read them. Well, state it again, because apparently I'm not understanding you. State it one more time. I'll write it down. Bog and stuff says, I agree with Beef Supreme no matter what. Can you remove the pay your taxes bit? Okay, I'm asking you now, Beef Supreme, because my assertion is twofold. Because it started with whoever that guy is, and then it ended with you. You can and should be in you can and should be incarcerated for some words. That's my position. So what's your position? Because if you say, well, I don't even want to straw man you. Words alone do not result in prison. Words alone do not result in prison. It is the other things that get you there, not words alone, but some other context. Okay, I'm going to tell you the way that I read this, and I'm going to tell you the way that I think you meant it. And I think this is just a failure of chat, where you don't have enough ability to articulate like a more fleshed out thought. Let me tell you the way that I took it, and let me tell you the way that the way that I think you mean it now. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, guy, standing in front of each other. They got really stubby legs for some reason. And that there is nothing that this guy can say or vice versa that can get them in jail. That's what I thought you were arguing. Because there are free speech absolutists who argue effectively that since speech itself is not violence, you should not be incarcerated even if you say some off-the-wall shit. Like, even if you promote terrorism, even if you engage in threats, even if you advocate for CP or, you know, something illegal or whatever, you shouldn't go to jail. Because ultimately, when you read like the First Amendment, it says like Congress shall pass no rule abridging the freedom of speech. And so they're free speech absolutists. So that's what I understood you to say. What I think you're saying, though, which I do agree with, is that let's say Peter Hitchens, Chris Hitchens, I forget which one's which, okay? But there was Peter Hitchens, and he was in a crowded theater, because this is often used as an example, and he screamed, "Fire, fire, fire." And then he pointed out that he wasn't being arrested. But what his point was, is that because he did something that's oftentimes used as a legal example for when you can be incarcerated, because if you scream fire, you start a panic, and then it causes damage, then he's still not going to get incarcerated because it didn't cause the context in which it happened. Then he's not going to jail or prison. And he was correct. He didn't get incarcerated. There was no state investigation, et cetera, even though he did the textbook example of when speech can become something that you can be incarcerated for, which is falsely causing a panic in which there's injury, right? So if you're not saying the free speech absolutist perspective, and you are instead saying that the context matters thing, then I feel like we were just talking past each other for 45 minutes. And it's my, I'll take the blame. It's my fault for not understanding that you were saying the context matters thing instead of the free speech absolutism thing. Okay? So I'll save this as beef supreme. What would you call that? Absolutism versus context. There we go. We resolved it, chat. We did it. We saved the city.
That's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
That means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Okay. Sorry.
You stand by that?
Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no,
wait, who lost in the situation where you hung out with black people for 30 seconds? Dude, is Piers Morgan a hero of the Republic? Has Piers Morgan destroyed Nick Fuentes? Has Piers Morgan done what no other interviewer could do? What is happening? Why is Piers Morgan our hero? What is happening? Oh my God.
I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, Black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that Black people are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now, whether you're in the Gold Coast, or whether you're on the Mag Mile, or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life, than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person, and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, Black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. They grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think Black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men.
Okay, but that's not what he asked. And this sucks, because this is where Nick is going to have an opening. So if you're talking about gang violence or whatever, then gang violence, like you said, what is it? It's out of 20,000 homicides, 10,000 homicides are Black men. 90% of those homicides are committed by Black men. Therefore, it's a disproportionate crime rate. Therefore, we need to address it, right? That's the per capita argument in reference to Black homicides and Black crime. But when it comes to mass shootings, you can say that white people are disproportionately responsible for mass shootings, like antisocial violence, like Nick said. But if you look at the stats in reference to how many people do mass shootings, what is it? 2, 3 a year? When you start eliminating the bullshit. And what I mean by eliminating the bullshit, if you go out into the parking lot and there's some like hood kids or some redneck kids or whatever, and they're playing with a gun, and they get into a beef and they shoot each other or whatever, that's considered a mass shooting because it happened on school, or it's considered a school shooting because it's a shooting that happened on school property. That's the way that they're juking the stats. Whereas what everybody envisions when you talk about a school shooting is typically a lone gunman, but obviously with Columbine, there were 2 gunmen, where they're going in on a spree killing inside a school. Okay. Yeah, sure. Exactly. There's a reason why Piers specified school shootings and not mass shooting. Yes, absolutely. And so that's kind of my thing, where you can acknowledge that, white people committing spree killing, mass shootings, terrorist killings, whatever, is bad, and it's disproportionately represented by white folk. You can also say that's a fraction of a percentage of the population, which is also true. Unfortunately, I think that Nick is probably going to catch him on this, because Nick, despite getting stomped, is not a dumb guy. I didn't. I'm sorry. Okay. 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 Should or should not? Okay, that's cool. Absolutely. Okay. I might have to leave around 2. Basically, my son is having stomach issues, and the wife doesn't want to take him out in public, and she has an appointment shortly after 2.
And I'm
And
just
what proportion of
and
what proportion?
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in
Wait,
these
is my
schools.
mic working?
Should they?
What proportion?
Dang, Christian Blair is saying that for all of Pierce's faults, he did the same thing with Andrew Tate. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
White people are 65% of the population, so that makes sense. This actually sucks, because if I felt like Pierce was doing really, really, really good in pressing him and showing him his own bullshit, this might play to like liberals. This might play to progressives with like 80 IQ. This does not play with anybody who has an understanding of like per capita demographic statistics, or anybody in the right wing, or any groiper. This actually, unfortunately, in my opinion, I hate to say this kind of shows that you're either stupid or dishonest. That's disappointing. It's disappointing, because if Pierce was doing so well with his line of argumentation before, showing Nick's own words to him, I think you just lost anybody who were like, oh yeah, Nick's taking a huge L. I think you just lost him. Unfortunate.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 65% of school shootings by white.
No, you told me the opposite. Ooh, Nick's catching it. Nick's catching it because he's not stupid. You cannot. Nick is not an unintelligent person. You cannot sneak this by Nick.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is
what I'm saying to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people, and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men, because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be, because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb, or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart, actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school, and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the population.
are you hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time, because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney.
Dude, I'm starting to question whether or not Piers Morgan is intelligent enough for this conversation. I really am. I hate to say that. I thought he was doing an excellent job on the front end, and I'm still going to commend him for doing an adversarial interview where it actually seemed that Nick was like a little bit pressed on his own shit, and it seems like he was uncomfortable being presented with his own shit. But right here, in my opinion, he's losing the plot. The reason why he's losing the plot is because he can't concede to reality. Okay. That's the same thing. We got somebody in here who's like, oh, well, you know what? We're just going to believe cops all at the same time. Dude, you can just look at the UCR. You can just look at the Uniform Crime Report by victimization. Victimization, half of victims of homicide inside the United States are Black. When you look at demographic stats for community violence, it's 90% within the same community. It still means that there's a homicide problem within the Black community that needs to be addressed. If you don't trust law enforcement, you don't trust the UCR, you don't trust this, you don't trust that. I mean, whatever, that's fine. But at the same time, like, just like, okay, Black men die by violence at a rate probably 10 to 20 times the national average. And we should address that both before the homicides occur and after the homicides occur. That's all I'm saying.
When you say, you know,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both Black and whites,
or what's that fraction?
Proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No, that's not the question that he asked. This is where Piers Morgan is either stupid or bad faith.
No, tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the Black shootings, the Black crime. You don't want to live around Black people. You want to avoid Black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce Black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
Argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and Black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are Black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter Black people.
Wicked Radiation says, Team Fuentes unironically. No, I'm not Team Fuentes. I think that Piers, like I said, did a really good job pressing him on the front end of the interview, but I feel like Piers might genuinely not be that smart of a guy. And so he's either not tracking the conversation or he's being bad faith. And this is why Nick is running away with it right now, is because, okay, once again, should I draw this or do you guys get this? I have like a 3,000 IQ chat, so I don't think I need to draw it. I'll draw it while they continue to talk, though.
Or a young Black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of Black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many?
Okay. So this is what Nick is saying. And if you would please consult your charts. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. I need to make this even more different. Sorry. Let's change it to black. And then let's make it here. And then let's make it here. Now, this is a little racist, okay? So you're going to have to forgive me, okay? Okay. So these things are not mutually contradictory. These things are, as far as I understand, they're just descriptively true, okay? What Piers Morgan is saying is that white folks are 65% of the population, and they contribute to 2/3 of mass shootings within schools. Therefore, do like white people are a cause for violence within schools. So should you be bigoted or racist or prejudicial towards white men? That's what he's saying. And what Nick is saying is that, yes, okay, we're 2/3 of mass shooters, but we're also 2/3 of the population. And if you look at mass shooters compared to the entirety of the white population, there's maybe a half dozen to a dozen, mass shootings per year that we would, and realistically, it's like 3 or 4. There are 3 or 4 mass shootings per year that we would classify as school mass shootings. And therefore, 99.9999999% of white people / white men do not participate in mass school shootings. Okay. That's what he's stating. All right. And then what he's also stating is that the black community, which is not truly black, they're more brown than they are black, but we drew them black for the sake of visualization, that within the black community, half of annual homicides in the United States, let's say there's 20,000 homicides, regardless of whether or not you trust the perpetrator numbers, sociologically, we know through studies that 90% of violence occurs within a racial group. So 90% of homicides committed within the white group are done by other whites. 90% of Asian violence is done by Asians. 90% of violence done with black folk is by black folk. And when it comes to black folk, they are half of the homicide victims in the United States. So if we extrapolate that anthropologically, it's not a moon. You're right, it's not a moon. If we extrapolate that anthropologically, then it stands to reason that the homicide rate within the black community and the crime rate within the black community is disproportionately higher than in other communities. Okay. Now, the point that I make, which is still true, that I want you guys to not be racist and not be assholes, is Nick is pointing to this. He argues it's 5%. Somebody said in chat that a third of young black men will become felons at some point during their lives. Felonies include shoplifting over $200. Felonies include felon possession quantities of drugs, which is still way too high, by the way. A third, if that's true, is way too high. But let's just bear in mind that there's felonies like robbery and stabbing people, and then there's felonies like stealing a $300 TV from a Walmart. Both of them are bad. Both of them should be punished, but one of them is obviously worse than the other, right? Okay, so my point is that if you look at the disproportionate black crime rate or whatever, do we have a smaller percentage of white folk who are committing crime? Yes, but we still need to punish those people. And then also 95%, 98% of the black community are perfectly normal, nice, happy, healthy, adjusted, middle class and working class human beings. Okay? They wake up, they put on their shoes, they go to work, they work their jobs, they pay their bills, they pay their taxes, they go home, they take care of their families, they watch Netflix, they go to sleep. That is 95 to 98% of the black population, and you should not treat those people like shit just because you heard Nick Fuentes talk about race statistics online. Okay? We good? Oh, God, I hate you guys. Chat's going crazy.
Mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people. I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say yes. There is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water and a snack. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I want to thank the roughly dozen people who have already super chatted. We got Real Serious, Fell Runner, Grassroots Hegemon a couple of times, Fell Runner again, Deus Halcyon, and then Grassroots with the 5 gifted. Thank you to Grassroots with the 5 gifted. Thank you to Deus Halcyon with the gifted membership. And thank you to everybody else for the super chats. Parasocial, love you. I shall be right back.
We'll probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue, when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
you're the product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's say
really.
for the sake
Not
of argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
for the sake of
you're
argument,
literally
we
the
can
very
say
person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not
and
white,
Europeans.
though, is it? It's not white.
Well, you're apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to live in a
Kind of.
white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally
and I
got
live in
Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many
because
are
they
black?
respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. He said, so you use the N-word. I said, yeah. He goes, well, when niggas are being niggas. I said, so true. That's so true. So they feel like they're in complete agreement with me.
What did I miss?
It means that even black people.
What did I miss? Oh no, what did I miss?
I'll be right back.
People know how black people can behave. Even black people understand it. And they know that it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other.
Hey, Wicked Radiation. I know you're new here, so I'm just going to share this with you. About a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, I had an intestinal issue where I lost large sections of the contents of my intestine over the course of 3 days, including blood. So when nature calls, when I need to eat, I handle it. And if somebody wants to copyright strike me because I react to their segments in good faith, I double or triple their runtime through my own commentary. But you know, they resent me for walking away for 2 minutes so I can get water in, water out. I don't give a fuck. Oh, okay. Wicked Radiation gets it. He's my ninja. Got it. All right. Mwah.
And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally far fewer.
But how many?
Fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up. I don't have it in front of me.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record. Absolutely.
KTC says, wow, how do you get to separate from your criminals? Unironically, economic and social mobility. So KTC, you might be asking this question sarcastically, but I'm going to answer it earnestly. So one of the problems that I look at historically when you're talking about redlining, lead paint, the slums of Baltimore, bad schools, cycles of poverty, cycles of violence, cycles of criminality, is that white mobility. You know, I'm Irish, so my grandparents or great grandparents, I forget the exact story, but they were raised in Southie. And Southie, for those of you who don't know, it's considered the rough side of Boston. It's considered like really tough. The people who live there are working class, and there has been violence and gangs in those communities. Now it's probably all gentrified, like 30 or 40, I guess 80 years now. But it used to be like a really rough side of town. So if you were saying that you're Irish from Southie, you're saying something. You're saying like, hey, I'm a working class immigrant from the rough side of town where murder is normal, where murder, violence, drug dealing, all that shit is normal. And so the way that my grandparents escaped that is they actually went to World War II and they got the GI Bill, and they were veterans who started businesses, and they were able to move out of the rough side of town and move into the nice side of town. They still had to buy a cheaper house in the right side of town, but they escaped through socioeconomic mobility. And I think that if you talk to a lot of black folk, they feel like they get slammed into working class jobs. They get stuck through bad schools on the rough side of town. And regardless of whether or not they're like a working class bro, then you get screwed over, you know? Like I think I told you guys, the first guy, the first person that I saw murdered as a law enforcement officer, he wasn't a criminal, right? He was a friend. He was a friend of the criminals. So I'll tell the story really briefly. But what ended up happening was I was breaking up fights at a bar. We're all walking outside. Somebody does effectively a drive-by. They pop off 3 or 4 rounds. They hit a guy. I go render medical aid, and the dude dies, right? Well, that guy worked Target, wasn't a gangbanger, wasn't a drug dealer, wasn't an asshole, didn't beat his wife. He had no criminal record, but he was hanging out with his friends, and all of his friends were bangers. And so as a result of hanging around bad guys, he got smoked. And it's just one of those things, man. And so KTC, once again, I'm saying, like, you might be asking that question sarcastically. I'm trying to answer it honestly, that socioeconomic mobility is how you separate yourself from the criminals that are a part of your community. Grassroots says, depending on the time frame, Connor might have been arresting me at a bar. Were you in Lake County, Florida in summer of 2016, Grassroots? Because then maybe.
Horrific and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offenses and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience. Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was.
Sorry, Timothy Douglas asked an interesting question. What proportion of psychological harm in the country is done by school shootings versus gang shootings? I think psychological harm, you can't measure it or can't put it in money or whatever, but I do think mass shootings and school shootings are infinitely more psychologically harmful than gang shootings, because with gang shootings, we're so used to it. It's like the weather, you know? You go to the rough side of town real quick and you see people, you know, getting into fistfights, talking shit, dealing drugs, whatever. And you're just like, yep, that's how it is. You know, that's how it was 30 years ago. That's how it'll be 30 years from now. And you just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, the problem's too big to fix. And then you keep it moving. So yeah, I think like gang violence on the rough side of town, we've just accepted as a country.
It's also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick
Okay.
Fuentes, is of
Yeah.
course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do
Of course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either
No
know.
disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he is. He's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism. They're victims of slavery. They've been told really there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you
on
don't
cops.
like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are
of-
narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are
you're
you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on
You're
me?
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I am
yay.
kind of black,
Yay.
aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yay
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's
No,
your
no.
friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated
Oh.
with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black.
Timothy Douglas says, I cringe every time Connor tries to call somebody else low intelligence. Why? I'm a smart guy. You want me to upload my Stanford Binet test? I'll do it. I used to be a smart guy. I don't know if I'm smart anymore. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I've taken a lot of brain damage. Maybe I have CTE. Maybe Chud Logic's right. Maybe I just have CTE. Let me find it. Stanford Binet Here we go. All right. I'm going to make sure this doesn't have my last name on it. And then I'm going to upload it to my drive.
People.
And then I'll pull it up.
I disagree. I disagree with you. And I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
You keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
Okay.
do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
Well, we're talking.
All right. Anyways, I'm going to actually pull this up because people have given me shit about this, but I'm proud of it. So I don't really care. I don't care. I'm going to share it because I earned this. Okay. So right here, this is from middle school. Stanford, blah, 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 fourth definition or whatever. Connor attained a test composite of 133 on SBFE. He attained a verbal reasoning SAS of 134, an abstract visual reasoning of 124, a quantitative reasoning of 148, and a short-term memory of 111. Connor subtests and SAS scores on this administration of Stanford Binet Intelligence Scale, 4th edition. Okay. So I will be the first to admit that I am an arsler. Okay. I am an arsler in many ways. Okay. And this number is probably no longer accurate. I have been punched in the face many times since middle school. Okay. I have been dropped on my head several times. I've been slammed into the ground several times. So for all I know, this is dropped to like a solid 108 or a solid 112. Okay. I have no idea what my actual IQ is. And to be honest, I'm kind of afraid to take another one because I'm worried that I might be shocked at how stupid I am. Okay. So, but I'm telling you, when I went to Stanford, no, no. But the whole point is that when people are like, oh, you're a dumb guy, you know, you're unintelligent, you don't understand things. I'm like, no, I'm a pretty smart guy. I'm a pretty intelligent guy. I did very well in school. I'm capable of understanding most complex topics. And if I don't understand a complex topic, I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you how I don't understand it. And I'll admit when I don't know things. So for instance, I think I've seen this guy before. So I don't know if he's fucking with me or not, but Timothy Douglas says, Jesus Christ, I cringe every time Connor tries to call someone else low intelligence. See, the way that I would read that, Timothy, and no offense if you meant it a different way, is that there's like an ableist thing with like liberals and progressives where they're like, oh, you should never call somebody unintelligent because intelligence, there's actually 7 different kinds of intelligence and IQ doesn't correlate with anything, that even though it does. And as a result, like you shouldn't be ableist, right? That's one way to take it. The other way to take it is you're saying that I have no right to call people unintelligent because I myself am unintelligent. Well, I just don't think that's true. So if you meant it the first way, then you're a liberal pussy and you need to give your balls a tug. If you meant it the second way, go fuck yourself. Fair enough? All right, let's go.
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here. And we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people. And indeed what Yair said about the same subject matter.
See, this is an electrical engineer or electrical something in my chat. When we get to 50K subs, Connor and I will do a month of content of us Arsler maxing. He can have a head start. I can barely read. I just have to get worse at math. There you go. There you go. KTC says, I have an illiterate mechanic and I have a degree in psychology and read a book a month. Who is smarter? I don't know. Go take an IQ test. We'll find out. A proctored IQ test, not an online test.
Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary.
I do not care about Angel Studios, Piers Morgan.
Demanding truth and accountability. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yeah, don't pull a Xander Hall. Dude, I'm going to go take an IQ test before I do it on stream. That way I don't get a 97.
Position.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians, the theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with?
Oh, I think this is a trap. Somebody brought this up in another conversation the other day, that there are Jewish organizations. It might have even been Doobie. I'm surprised Doobie hasn't jumped in here. We've been talking about Jews for at least 30 seconds. But Doobie mentioned the fact. Did you see that Alina Habba just resigned? No, but that's awesome. I can't wait for all the rats to start jumping ship. I really can't. I really can't. Do you guys remember when there was like a, I'm going to summon him real quick. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let's deal with international Jewry. Doobie was saying that there are like pro-Jewish, pro-Israel organizations that use the word international Jewry or Jewry as a common term. And so he was saying that believing that international Jewry was an anti-Semitic term is in and of itself like anti-Semitic, because you're not just letting people describe a sociological phenomena. That was Doobie's point. So I'm wondering if Nick is trying to set up a rhetorical trap for him where he can accuse Piers Morgan of either being ignorant or anti-Semitic for not understanding that there's Israeli organizations and pro-Jew organizations that use the word Jewry or international Jewry. Now, the thing about this is, though, that I think that definitionally, if anybody's an anti-Semite, it's Nick. And I'm not trying to pearl clutch. I'm not trying to freak out about it. I'm just trying to say that, like, when you criticize a behavior that you allege is done by 90%, 95% of a categorical group, and then you make no attempts to say, it's not the group that I'm criticizing, it's the behavior, then I think that could be classified as a form of bigotry against the group. Because you might be being descriptive, you could be being accurate. Like, so for instance, what I'm talking about is Zionism. That is what I'm talking about. But do they make fun of jewels? So weirdly enough, allegedly, I think this is bullshit. Obviously, Jewish people in medieval history were accused of being like bankers and jewelers and all that kind of stuff because they were prohibited from a bunch of other trades. Weirdly enough, I've Googled this multiple times, and I don't know whether or not I believe Google. The word jewelry allegedly comes from the French word bijou, which is the word for gift, and it doesn't have anything to do with Jewish people. That's according to Google. I don't know if I believe Google. Anyways, the accusation is that 80 to 90% of Jews are Zionists in that they support the state of Israel. I've described previously how I'm a tepid Zionist. I do buy into the post-World War II narrative that a third of the international Jewish population was wiped out in Europe. The Zionist project was started in the late 19th century and early 20th century. The survivors of the European genocide moved to Israel en masse. Israel declared independence in 48. A bunch of Arab states attacked them. You had the Nakba and the reverse Nakba. And as a result, out of 16 million Jews on the planet, 7 of them live inside Israel. 7 of them live inside the United States. And the 2 are spread out all over the planet. But the whole point is that, like, I don't care that Jews in the United States of America are 80 to 90% supportive of the existence of the state of Israel, and some of them view it as an important political project in order to support the state of Israel in order to continue to survive in the Middle East and North Africa. I just don't care. And I think that if you just go, oh, it's all like a plot, and we need to dispossess Jewish people of political power and financial power, then I think you can be safely classified as an anti-Semite. I think that's fair.
Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it.
See, he tried to lay out the "you're accusing me of anti-Semitism" trap that we just talked about.
You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States,
So, sorry, real quick. I was wondering earlier if we needed a way to get past post-liberalism, right? Because post-liberalism, like I said, it seems like a Yarvinite, Curtis Yarvin, J.D. Vance kind of thing. And I think it could be accurate for saying liberalism isn't enough. Should we call ourselves lib arslers? Like Larry the Lib Arsler? I mean, would that be based? The lib chuds, the chud libs, the lib arslers, the arsler libs. I mean, I think it would communicate what we're trying to get across. All right, sorry. My bad. That just popped into my head.
they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a...
See, and this is, again, where I want you guys to differentiate between nation and state. Anytime somebody says nation, just conceptualize it as people. And so, again, the reason why these people, particularly ethno-nationalists, particularly Christian nationalists, is they think that Christian nationalists should be unified in their adherence to Christian ideology, and they should advocate for themselves as a politically corporative group. And then what else would it be? Like white nationalists think that Northern Europeans and Americans who are considered white should be considered a nation, okay? A white nationalist, right? And so as a result, they want to create a consciousness and a political bloc that advocates in the communal self-interest. So what Nick is saying is that the communal self-interest of international Jewish folk is so unified that it's effectively a parasitic force within American politics. And this was the same thing. And, I hate to bring up the Hitler thing, but, it's analogous. It's what Hitler believed. Hitler believed that German Jews were not actually German. They were a part of a international parasitic entity that was sapping the life energy of Germany via international banking and anti-nationalist sentiment and the promotion of communism. That's what he thinks, or that's what Hitler thought. And so this parallel narrative, this parallel narrative between Christian nationalists and Hitler stuff, if I have Jewish friends, and I know I got a few Jewish chatters or whatever, I have no problems with you being paranoid. This narrativization becoming popular again in the early 21st century is worrying, because this ethno-religious tribalism has brought us nothing but blood.
Real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
He's going to have a really accurate list. He's going to be like, I love their finance. I love their sense of collective identity. I love their advocacy for a clearly defined nation. Like, that was the wrong question, Piers. I love how intelligent they are. I love how cunning they are. It's going to be bad.
Like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show.
See you, bud. 1, 2, 3. Parasocial love, bud.
You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural.
Somebody says, Connor, was I in Lake County during the burger years? I don't know what the burger years are, so I have no idea. I was in Lake County working as a cop from 2015 to 2019.
Natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is a Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust.
Sorry, real quick. I know I'm kind of pausing at the peak of the content, but conservative liberalism says it's not the frequency of gang violence that makes it not as psychologically harmful. It's the targets. You said yourself that cops see gang violence as problems taking care of themselves. Listen, man, it's really callous, and I kind of hate it. But you have what I saw, because I'm a bleeding heart, is I saw kids through a terrible parents and terrible subculture of criminality. They were inducted effectively into a criminal cult in which they had loyalty to their little micro tribe over everything else. And that's what ended up happening. They dedicated themselves to a cult, and then they killed other people or got killed as a result of it. And it was tragic because I saw the human potential that was lost by this human being sucked into gang violence. And but I think that once you see enough corpses and you also see the harm that gangs do to each other, eventually you're just like, the sooner these people get taken out, the better, because they will harm less people before they eventually end up incarcerated for life or end up getting killed. That was actually one of the things that was not tragic, but it was one of those like weird, ironic moments. There was a guy who was like in and out of jail, and it actually affected one of my supervisors. It affected one of my supervisors a lot. So the supervisor was on the job for 20 years, and he had like arrested this guy since he was a teenager. He arrested him into his 20s. He arrested them into his 30s. He'd spent 20 years incarcerating this guy. And eventually this guy ran away. And it had become like a rivalry between them, that this supervisor would arrest this guy because of how frequently this guy committed crime. Well, eventually the guy who was committing crime or whatever, he fled another law enforcement agency that was, I think, in Florida, and he went in front of an 18-wheeler and he got killed. And the guy's like, I don't know how to feel about this, because on one hand, this guy will never hurt anybody else ever again. And so as a result, there's a moment of like catharsis. There's a moment of like, fuck this guy. And I'm happy he's dead because he won't hurt anybody else. But then there was also a feeling of like loss, because he'd seen the teenage kid who became the career criminal, who didn't get out of the cycle of violence, and now he's dead. Yeah, it's like if Batman lost the Joker. Super small scale, but yeah, it was kind of like his criminal rival got smoked. So yeah, it's a lot of mix of feelings. There can be like catharsis and joy and happiness mixed with sadness, anger, and tragedy. Like that's actually one of the things about being a cop, in my opinion. A lot of cops don't feel anything because they just shut down every emotion. But I think the reason why it's so emotionally taxing is because you can experience so many different emotions all at the same time. So, yeah.
There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people.
Christian Blair said, weren't you supposed to leave at 2 p.m.? Yes, but my wife did technically say 2:30, so I'm going to hang out with you guys for another 9 minutes. I just wanted to give myself some latitude so she could get out the door. But realistically, I'm having a good time, and I like hanging out with you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We do have roughly a dozen donations today. Thank you to Grassroots, Real Serious, Fell Runner, Grassroots, Fell Runner, Grassroots, Deus Halcyon, and Grassroots. Thank you for the 5 gifted Grassroots. Thank you to Deus Halcyon for the gifted memberships. Thank you to all the other things that I called out for super chats. Parasocial, you love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because
they're all Catholic converts.
Because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the...
Dude, the clip lords, man. The clip lords. The clip lords are killing it. Honestly, I feel like Piers Morgan set up a trap that let Nick get out a little bit, but the clip lords are killing it.
Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United
Grassroots says, I was a 136. I promise you I'm sitting in the low 40s now. Nice.
United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts.
Timothy says, I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying it's cringe. I don't care. I'm an ableist.
Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've
No,
never
I hear
been
you.
aligned.
As a
There's been an
Roman, I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic
Okay.
like you, and I have many Jewish friends. And I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics. Therefore, we're Christians. It's all
Ooh, Pierce identifies as a Catholic? That's crazy.
doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
Bud123 says, I'm an astrophysics PhD student with a master in physics and a bachelor's as a physics and math double major and astronomy minor. I don't know if you're making stuff up, but if that is, that's amazing. That is amazing.
People talk about, well, you know, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow, because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, you know, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
No, please. I only have a few minutes. Why aren't we getting into the really good stuff right now?
Like, listen, I've had a blast. I was not expecting to get the liquid hot content out, but you know, man, this has been good. I gotta say, Piers Morgan had it in the first half. Nick Fuentes picked up the gauntlet. He got him on the per capita stuff, but then now it's kind of like a contest going back and forth. I still feel Nick. I still feel like Nick is gonna get like smacked up by these clips. But realistically, like I do think that Nick is. Yeah, some people are saying like Nick finds his flow, catches his stride, and then he owns. I mean, the Hearshot likes Nick, so you know, take that with a grain of salt. But at the same time, it's like. This is a brutal debate, man. Brutal. If I had, you know, if everybody was bringing up my old clips, I'd be like, yeah, I disavow. And they're like, you said that yesterday. And I'd be like, yeah, I disavow that. I could see how that would be upsetting. Let's see if Nick can be quick about this. All right. I only have a couple of minutes before I got a jet, unfortunately. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the Oilers. Thank you to Grassroots. Thank you to Fell Runner. Thank you to Dr. Zayas. Thank you to Deus Halcyon. And thank you to Reels. God, what a wild day. We do have tomorrow as well, obviously.
Why, too soon?
No, he hit him with the too soon. He went to the destiny line of argumentation. No.
Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number?
Dude, no. I have to make a joke. Before we leave. Sees a cute Jewish girl. I think it's 12 million. No.
6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time.
Oh, he's being sarcastic. C's Jewish girl. I think it was 18. Oh, no.
Could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West.
Blade says counterpoints. It's kind of funny that his 3 black friends are Yace, Nico, and Myron. Indeed, friend. Grassroots, thank you for the 20. I'd like to start every conversation with, I will disavow these statements. My thoughts are not my own, and I've never met this person. Bro, that's me. Yeah, C's Jewish girl. You know what? Maybe Israel needs more weapons. No. Bad, Connor. So we got almost exactly an hour into it. We probably skipped a little bit of the intro or whatever. But man, what crazy content, guys. Crazy content. We'll probably be doing some more tomorrow, just because, number one, it's going to be spicy. Number two, it is interesting. And so, yeah, great day. I had an awesome time, so I hope you did as well. Like the stream. We got 150 people in chat. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you to Grassroots for the 5 gifted. Thank you to Deus Halcyon for the gifted. Thank you to Grassroots for the 10, Fell Runner for the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Grassroots with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, Fell Runner with the 10. Thank you to Real Serious for the 100 ARS. Thank you to Grassroots with the 10, and finally the 20. I do appreciate you guys. I know it's Christmas, so everybody's spending their super chat money on Christmas gifts and family events and food and decorations and all that kind of stuff. But chipping in every now and then, I greatly appreciate it. So if you don't have money, you're spending it all on family. I don't need your money. I want it, but I don't need it. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Okay. I had an excellent time. I need me some more of that Iron Dome. Nice. See a cute girl, see a cute Jewish girl. I think it was 12 million. So I can get that Iron Dome. That is brutal. Ryle says, thank you for sharing your IQ test, Connor. It's good to know someone with an IQ of 133 will still defend somebody who abuses minors and women alike. Ryle, I thought we had a truce. I thought you chilled the fuck out, and I didn't, point to your alleged fail docs. I thought we had a truce. What happened? Thanks for acknowledging I have 133 IQ, though. All right. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day.